What you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@ad.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update. We're reaching you live from our studios at Souk News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. The Central Bank of Nigeria has announced a phased reform of the Nigerian fixed income market beginning November 2025 to enhance transparency, strengthen oversight, and streamline operations. The first phase will see the bank assume direct control of settlement processes and introduce a CBN-managed trading platform for fixed income transactions. The plan includes user testing in October, a pilot phase alongside the existing system, and full migration in November, followed by the platform activation in December. CBN said the move will create a unified regulatory framework, ensure end-to-end visibility of trades, and reinforce monetary policy effectiveness, according to reports. Now, the Naira extended at the official market, closing at 1,455 Naira 42 kobo to the dollar compared to 1,480 Naira 33 kobo last week, its strongest level since January. The currency has gained 1.7% in less than a week, driven by the improved foreign portfolio inflows, tied to central bank liquidity measures and rising external reserves, which climbed to $42.2 billion in September, the highest in 5 years. Analysts said the stronger the Naira is reshaping investor confidence and easing inflationary pressures, with consumer prices slowing to 20.1% in August from 24.48% in the month of January, while the capital inflows and reduced imports demands are supporting stability. Experts warn that the sustaining the recovery will deepen or depend on maintaining reserves and steady inflows. The new chairman of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, Abdullahi Ramat, has announced plans to rule out the Power Consumer Assistance Fund under the Electricity Act 2023 to provide tariff relief for schools, hospitals, and low-income Nigerians. He explains that the fund, to be managed by NERC, will cushion the impact of rising electricity costs by drawing contributions from the governments and designated electricity consumers. Ramat said that the initiative will protect vulnerable groups while enabling distribution companies to charge cost-reflective tariffs that strengthen liquidity across the power sector. He added that digitization, accountability, and strong enforcement against electricity theft will be central to stabilizing supply, protecting consumers, and rebuilding investor confidence in Nigeria's electricity market. Nigeria has become the main supplier of crude oil to Senegal's 30,000 barrels per day Dakar refinery, which cannot process the country's own production from the Sangoma field, while Senegal produces about 100,000 barrels per day of the medium sour crude. Industry data shows that its heavier grade is unsuitable for the Dakar plant, which is configured to handle lighter, sweeter oils. As a result, Nigeria's ERA crude with 36 API and 0.2% sulfur has become the refinery's lifeline, with imports averaging 30,000 barrels per day in recent months. Despite this supply, Senegal still depends on fuel imports to meet domestic demand, bringing in between 90,000 and 100,000 barrels per day of refined products in 2024 and 2025, about 60% of which came from Russia. Analysts said that Nigeria helps to keep the Dakar refinery running. Senegal's reliance on Russia for diesel, gasoline, and fuel oil highlights the country's dual dependence on external partners for both crude and finished products. The crude amount from Sangoma is expected to remain steady at 100,000 barrels daily until 2027, keeping Nigeria and the Russian supplies central to Senegal's energy system. Now, the Federal Reserve has resumed its long-awaited rate-cutting cycle, reducing interest rates by 25 basis points to a range of 4.00 to 4.25%. The move, driven by concerns over the labor market, narrows the interest rate gap between the United States and other major economies, making it cheaper for foreign investors to hedge their dollar exposures. Analysts say this shift is likely to encourage foreign pensions and sovereign wealth funds and institutional investors to protect more of their American assets against further currency weaknesses, with the US dollar already down about 10% this year. Hedging activities gaining momentum among global investors who previously avoided it due to high costs and dollar's past strength. The market watchers note that the rate cut is expected to fuel more demand for hedging tools like forwards and swaps, which could add pressure on the greenback in coming months. Foreign investors currently hold over $30 trillion in US stocks and bonds, and the renewed focus on currency protection signals a growing caution over US policies. The Federal Reserve independence and the country's persistent fiscal challenges made such announcements. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. Coming up shortly business landscape. Do stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Nwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market, and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success. And this, Ige Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
First of all, be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk business landscape.
Good morning and welcome to your regular full dose program. This is Souk Business Landscape. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. It's a beautiful Friday in the city of Lagos, and we are reaching you from Souk News Television. You should be here. You should be part of us. I will say thank you very much for every contribution you've had and made from Monday till this particular day. You've been a very, very good viewer, partner in getting this done. For everyone out there, remember that your brother is still your brother. It doesn't matter if you are blood related or not. Your friend, the next neighbor, treat him like you treat yourself. We will be getting into some very beautiful, low-key kind of stories today that's still affecting your economy, your business, and development in your country. So, hey, don't shy away. Be part of it today. What's happening in immigration? That is in Nigeria. Are we learning from Trump? Are we borrowing from Trump? Are we pushing the Trump story when it comes this way? Okay, what has it got to offer us in the long run? Then we also get to talk about the economy. The oil sector is always in the news. That's our major earner around here. Good news is coming from there. We are having first of a first kind of inaugurations and development facilities in that particular sector. Dangote is always in the news, but today we'll give him some break and let Ben Gasson get their ass together. A lot will be talked about here on this beautiful table of men for today. So join me as I welcome my co-host, my friend, and a good man, I must say. Olumide, good morning.
Morning, Chooks, John Rogers. You flatter me this morning, and I'm glad.
You're welcome.
Thank God it's Friday. Welcome to Sick Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya. Let's get cracking.
Okay, now while we get cracking, there are some people that will have to look again to confirm where their status is. And we are talking about the immigration crackdown that is happening right now in Nigeria. Now, the Immigration House, NIS, begins nationwide crackdown after visa amnesty ends. This was given well over 6 months ago. The announcement were made and people were put on notice. The Nigeria Immigration Service has launched a nationwide crackdown on foreigners staying in the country with expired visas, following expiration of a 3-month visa amnesty on September 30th, 2025. The amnesty introduced earlier in the year allowed foreigners with no and having irregular status to regularize their papers without penalty. That was a very good shot, which every one of them and everyone out there should have taken. Controller General of Immigration, Kemi Naptap, said the enforcement exercise became necessary after many individuals failed to take advantage of the grace period. She explained that specialized task forces have been deployed across the major cities and border posts to identify, arrest, and prosecute violators in line with immigration laws. Nantab stressed the operation is aimed at safeguarding national security, strengthening border management, and ensuring compliance with Nigeria's immigration regulations. She urged all foreign nationals residing in the country to carry valid documents at all times, warning that defaulters will face sanctions ranging from fines to deportation. According to her, the crackdown underscores Nigeria's resolve to uphold the integrity of its immigration system. Now, this particular exercise started well over 6 months ago. Talked about it in the news. A lot of notice was given out there. Hey, nobody's trying to push you or arrest you. Hey, just go and regularize. Just go and regularize. And an amnesty period has been given in the last 3 months. Now, for those that did not take advantage of this, what do you think is exactly the problem?
It's a whole lot. First of all, while I commend them, one of the things I know to take care of is insecurity, because this is also encourages national security by identifying and removing these. I will not call them illegal residents, but I would say people with no legal status. It strengthens the security and the integrity. It also signals to other countries that now you cannot just enter Nigeria without legal status. You have to do it the right way. But then again, how do we now begin to know who is who? Because I'm looking at wrong profiling here, saying that Kemi Nadab saying that people or immigrants now should carry their passport, visas, and all that. So how do we identify who is a Nigerian, who is not a Nigerian, apart from color? That is a major issue. Whereas if we had reliable and accurate data, it would have been very easy to just pinpoint that these are all the people we have, this is where they are working, this is where they are staying. Then you go after them. So that's a big issue that we really need to solve. How are we going to make sure that people are not haunted people are not persecuted, then I'm also looking at bilateral relations with other countries, countries with weaker ties, bilateral ties with the country. Would they see it as something harsh? How will we be able to navigate this? Also now, landlords who have people with no legal status occupying their house, how do you go about them? Do you go after the landlord or the tenant? Or will you now tell the landlord to provide details of all tenants? Organizations, now that's a major cartel. We have expatriates, whether legal or illegal, these organizations who bring in these foreigners. Some, even with legal status, they seize their passports and they work for them. I've worked in an organization whereby when the health service or health inspector come in, they go and hide these, expatriates. They go and hide them in one room. So I've witnessed that. So it's that's why I say it's a cartel. So how do we take care of this? How do you go after the organization or the workers? I think that, yes, there was a grace period. I think this should have been more publicized. There should have been an awareness, both on radio, TV, print, and all that, and give people steps on how to regularize their status. That would have been, something that would have helped.
Okay, that would have been something that should have helped. Now, let's look at the African issue, the African case, majorly the West African case coming from ECOWAS. Now, there is an article on ground for West African states, freedom of movement.
I was going to say that, there are some countries around Africa that you can simply enter with your passport.
West African. We have a West African passport. Yes. We have an ECOWAS passport.
Yes.
And right now, we have to be able to differentiate. Okay, if we say foreigners, are we looking at foreigners aside those that have access to come in at will, stay at will, live at will? Because that is what that ECOWAS passport is supposed to afford you.
Yes.
So now how are we going to be able to now start dividing? And if you also look at it, people say most times those in immigration are trained to be able to identify by face who doesn't look.
Jokes. Do you look like a Nigerian?
Are you a ghost? Are you a spirit? We are Africans. And our brothers, aside those from the eastern side of Africa or the southern side of Africa,
yes,
they have a beautiful kind of look.
Yes.
Good. But we, on the west side of Africa, we look alike.
Yes, we do.
Because our cultures cut across.
Yes.
Some countries will speak the same language.
Yes.
It's just the borders that are just coming up, borders that were created not even in Africa in the first place. So we have to be able to say, okay, good, are we going to follow the ECOWAS dictate? Are we going to stay with the ECOWAS dictate and say, okay, good, we are looking at, okay, foreigners, okay, brothers, we're not talking about you guys. Don't worry. We're talking about Asians, Europeans.
That's what I wanted to
South
say.
Africans.
Who are we actually talking about?
East Africans.
But this is some of the people we've enjoyed some economic benefits from. If we're looking at Asians, then I'm also looking at the repercussions. What are the repercussions? I mean, this morning I saw a video, a place in Borno that was ransacked by some of these terrorists, and the villagers had to move into the neighboring countries.
Yes.
So what now with this?
West Africans, brothers.
So now with this, how do we tackle it? Because they will come out and say, when your people ran to us, we took them in open arms. Why are you taking back our? Let's not.
That's what I'm looking at. So for West Africans, that's my thought though. What we should be able to do is, okay, good and fine. Let's have a standardized data system where, okay, as long as you're not a Nigerian, we know you are here. You are registered. That helps for national planning. Let's have a standardized data system where every foreigner, even the term foreigner sounds somehow. Everybody that is not naturally Nigerian can always have, just like you said, a database where we have them. But for those in West Africa, that's just my thought though, we should exempt them from this. Going by the way of opening up Africa, the way we are looking at it, we should exempt them from this.
Africa Continental Free Trade Area.
So what we'll be saying is, hey, go and get your ECOWAS passport.
I think that's a better way to go, because I'm also looking at a situation whereby it is not just to go after these people. How do we even man the borders? Because if you go after these people and deport them, what about the borders? Are some states in the north?
Are we deporting the man from Ghana? That is a no-no. For me, I'm just talking for me.
Are
we deporting the guy from Cameroon? That's a no-no for me.
It's just a gutter.
You have been saying, God, there are some places that there are no gutters. I'm speaking same language with you. There's nothing. The only difference between me and you is that I was colonized by the French, and you were colonized by the English. And you happen to be speaking French, and I'm speaking English. In some places, even the language doesn't even matter at all. So we should be able to say, okay, let's break down these borders and look at how to do business first. How do we relate? How do we get better? But for those other countries that say, yeah, you are Nigerian and you must come here with a paper, good and fine. We do the same thing.
Yes. I think we should also summon all the consular generals, the ambassadors, and have a meeting with them. Let's try and finalize and fine-tune this thing. What can we do? Let's exclude people with ECOWAS passports. Then we know where we are going. Then we fine-tune. But we can't do all this without data.
Yes, the data. Even now we are looking at data. Do we have data of even the Nigerians themselves?
Because for us to do this, we first must even have a census. We first must even, how many people even have an identification, means of a proper identification? I mean, Nigerians. We have different means of identification. We have the driver's license, the voter's card, your international passport. We have so many things.
Marriage certificate.
Marriage certificate. You have so many means of, but how many people do have this? Apart from probably the blue-collar workers and those who actually need it. So these are some of the things we need to first take care of. When we take care of that, then we can now say, okay, so who are not supposed to, who are not part of us? Then we can now start to say, okay, what are they doing? Then again, some people have, I won't say legally regularized, but there are some people who are here with no legal status, but they have good behavior.
Okay.
They have shops. They have this. I don't want to start mentioning countries, but we have them here, West Africans. We have them here who have established in communities. How do you now go and bundle that person and take him back?
Now, I'm still standing on my take. For West Africans, we should exclude them from this. Just if you are West African and you reside in Nigeria, go get yourself an ECOWAS passport.
And
get yourself registered.
You know, we've been trying to solve some differences with some of our brothers in South Africa and Ghana.
If you are from South Africa, go and get your visa.
We've been trying to, we've been having a whole lot. I hope there will be no blowback.
It's normal. It's normal. It's not like, what's it called? Until we have that particular African blueprint where you can say, okay, if every part of Africa you can travel with no issues, get your visa on arrival, then good and fine. But for our West African countries, we've had that for a very long time. That, hey, go get your ECOWAS passport. It's in existence already. So let's stay on that. Let's not try to reinvent the wheel. But for other side of Africa, even Kenya, you can still visa on arrival. Some other Rwanda is still visa on arrival. And these are things that we can easily sort out. But the bane should be on getting people registered at point of entry from the workplaces. Then we'll now start talking about people that are, in quote, expatriates. I don't like that word, but people that are, in quote, expatriates, that are working in a lot of industries.
When you say point of entry, how many point of entry? You're talking about the conventional point of entry.
Yes,
the airport.
Conventional point of entry.
What about
the airport. Then we also have borders that are manned. Okay, let's now say all manned point of entry.
The unmanned point of entry.
The unmanned
streets,
point
the
of
gutters.
entry. The gods of the land will help us out.
Because we have to look at this. We really have to look at this. If it's just the parts that are manned, what about the parts that are not manned? How do we take care of it? Because if we are pushing some out of this place and this other place is left open, what is going to happen?
Okay, now for all the manned points of entry, let this registration happen at that particular place. As you're coming in, you get registered. If you have papers, good on. If you don't have, let's get that regularized from that particular place. So let's worry about what happened yesterday, but from today, we know that going forward, we're not going to have those kind of worries. Now, let's come to those, in quote, expatriates.
Yes.
And those that come in, we see a lot of them in the mining sector.
Yes.
Chinese, Indians, production sector, Indians, that are not, that as we speak right now, they don't have papers. Then also, a lot of these people are also contributing to the economy and working hard and doing good. Then a portion of this set not the good people, are also doing a whole lot of fraudulent activities. We've seen that happen a lot of times, and the government needs to check and stand up and say no to this. The Nigerian prince, we discovered that the Nigerian prince, a lot of them are not even Nigerians in the first place. So for those out there that are tagging Nigerians as, in quote, Yahoo boys, yes, there are fraudulent Nigerian young men around, but hey, don't give us a tag that we are not. This is in the right direction for the Nigeria Immigration Service, and we will always support you and push this story out there. So for everybody, if you don't have your papers, don't be scared. Walk into any of the immigration offices and get these things done. Then also the people that, the workforces, the businesses, that are also bringing a whole lot of these people that come to serve, do the right thing.
I think this would also require some technological advancement to get this thing through. We need to have data, we need to have some form of technology that would identify, that will be easily, we'll be able to identify. And one of the ways I think we can identify some of these expatriates is that, yes, whether we like it or not, they would have a bank account.
And yet, they should have a bank account. Also in the area of this era of fintech.
So we can partner with fintechs, banks, to get some of their names. And with the new NRS law coming in, we should be able to track down some of these inflows to know that, okay, this particular person, what's his status, this amount of money he has, who is he, what is he doing? You have to also partner with organizations. I don't know whether a policy or a law might now be enacted that companies, organizations would require certain certificate or document from these expatriates to hire them, to even hire them from abroad into Nigeria. That would also help. Then again, now, since we are looking at immigration, and let's talk about passports. The cost of getting a passport these days.
The official cost?
Yes, the official. Well, I'm lost when it comes to the official cost is I think
100,000 naira.
100,000 naira
for the less page.
For the less page, and about the 60 page, and what's for the
200,000 naira.
200,000 naira. For even for a Nigerian, how affordable is that?
Is some percentage above the minimum wage. 30,000 naira.
So now I'm looking at a situation whereby, like I said earlier on, wrong profiling. You pick up a Nigerian. How many Nigerians actually have an ECOWAS passport? Can afford it? Some might have and has expired. So, and at the point where I remember when there was a time, it was I think it was 25,000, 30,000 naira to get a passport.
It used to be 5,000 naira.
5,000. Wow. I didn't meet that era. But the time I did, I think it was about, okay, I did the 10,000 and I did the 30,000 naira. Then from 30,000 naira, you know, it went to 100 and 200. So how do we even start to encourage that now? Because for us to be able not to profile someone, not to pick someone who is actually a Nigerian but does not have, okay, yes, okay, we have other means of identification.
Voter's card.
So now we need to start encouraging people. That is where awareness comes in. We need to create an awareness that now the Customs Service is going after people with illegal status. Get your means of identification. As a Nigerian, get your means of identification so that you will not be picked up.
Okay, and for those out there, remember, you can still walk into any local government in Nigeria and get your national identification done. It's still there. It's a service that the local governments provide, and you can still do it, even this morning. So, hey, don't slow or sleep on it. Now, let's talk about security as it concerns this particular issue. Should we be having a collaboration with our West African brothers? Yes. Because we've seen that over time, a lot of people we've seen in the ISWAP, the Boko Haram and co, they are influenced by people that are coming from outside our borders. Same thing with the movement of arms and co. Should we be having a collaboration with our neighbors and say, okay, see, if it is your people, deal with them on our behalf. If it is our people, and also we will deal with them on your behalf. Then also the movement of arms, because you see that trail from Libya all the way through the Sahara, the desert, and into the side. Should immigration, and other security agencies be looking at collaborations in fishing these guys out?
I think the Customs Service should collaborate with Interpol. Interpol should be reinforced. Interpol should be given all the necessary information they need, because it's Interpol that can actually do this and do it successfully. So how is our Interpol like in Nigeria and other countries? We need to partner with other countries, have a round table, summon their consular generals, their ambassadors, summon them, sit them down. Okay, this is what we are going to do from our side. We will protect our side. What are you doing for your side? We know we've had certain allegations about them coming during the election, the last election. There was an influx of them coming into the country. We've heard so many stories, and sometimes it muzzles me when you hear of a new terrorist group coming into being and offering ₦1 million to recruit people. Where are they even getting this money from? We need to start tracking that.
People are paying tax to them.
People are paying tax to them. So how?
And they have sponsors.
And they have sponsors. ISIS has been fingered into this. A lot of them have been. So how do we even begin? So we need a collaboration with other West African countries, East Africa, all of them. We have to unite together and fight this, because like they say, terrorism is something that is very hard to fight. And once it enters, it's very hard to fight. It took UK a very long time, even the United States, but because of willingness and that drive, they were able to overcome it. So we have to actually, nobody's going to come and save us. We have to save ourselves. And we need to start, neighboring countries, Niger, Benin Republic, we need to start finding how we can create some sort of synergy in border patrol. Because whether we like it or not, people still pass, even the manned border. If you want to go to Benin today without a passport, you can. You just have to grease some palms. We know how it works.
I'm Nigerian. I don't need to grease any palm. I'll just show my face and speak Aflao.
Thank you very much. Or you take a bike and they pass through, the routes they pass through, and you're in Benin. The same thing coming back. So how do we begin to man these borders? How do we begin to take care of all these things? Then again, we also need to, when we're investigating, we need to investigate. We've heard several times that arms came in, arms were seized. Where did they come from? Who sponsored it? Who brought it in? You don't just seize the arm. You started an investigation, and it continues. Even if it's going to take you 10 years, you continue that until you get to the bottom of it. That's the only way we can come out of it.
That's the way we can come out of it. We need to get out of all this quagmire. So nations, Nigeria will grow, West Africa will grow. So to all our West African brothers, every of your country, doesn't matter the one that you come from, hey, we are all brothers. So if you don't have a paper, go and regularize your paper, and don't be afraid, don't hide. We are not segregating or coming after anybody. So yes, now let's get to our next story for today. Now this particular one got me. I had to start asking myself some major questions. It's a Friday, so hey, we are chilled. Permanent Secretary of a Ministry of Blue Economy, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, Mr. Olufumi Oloruntola, has decried the low budgetary allocation to the sector, warning that the ministry's annual funding remains grossly inadequate to drive growth. Presenting a paper titled Imperative of Public Investment for Marine and Blue Economy Development in Lagos, he said the allocation falls far short of what is required to modernize boats, secure waterways, expand fishing, promote marine tourism, and invest in renewable resource mining. Oloruntola stressed that the gap between the ministry's wide-ranging mandate and limited resources at its disposal underlines the urgent need for fresh funding approaches. According to him, unless deliberate investment is made, the blue economy will remain underutilized despite its vast potential to create jobs, generate revenue, and boost national development. He therefore called for innovative financing mechanisms and stronger public-private partnership to bridge the gap, moving from mere policy declaration to practical result-driven investment, he said, is the only way for Nigeria to fully harness the opportunity of the blue economy. Now, this got me thinking. I was asking myself, the person that is saying this, is this someone that is inside or someone that is outside? that was the first thing I asked myself after listening to him and also looking at taking some steps back and looking at the story. Are you not the one that we are supposed to come to and say, okay, good and fine, what can we do here? Then you tell us, okay, this is what we have, invest here. Why are we having this kind of paper presentation from the permanent secretary of that particular ministry?
Well, the ministry mandates are quite large. We have the ports, aquaculture, mineral, tourism, you know, so it's a whole ministry that has its hands full. So how do you go about it?
Yeah, and he's saying that we are not funded. The funding is not enough.
What's his boss saying about it? How much is being allocated to that particular ministry? I have here in 2025 the ministry. They proposed about
the ministry is even a new ministry.
Yes, 11.77 billion naira, and overhead of 453.9 million naira for its activities. You know, which is believed to be a small scale of task. So, what is actually going on?
Okay, let me break it further down. Now, for those that are not aware, we are situated in one of the tallest buildings in Africa, on the marina, to be precise. So directly in front of us is the Atlantic, very beautiful view. You should also come here for tourist attractions. Now, to our right, extreme right, is Balogun Market, one of the biggest markets in West Africa, to be precise. Now, let's take Balogun Market for an example. The landlords of Balogun Market, are they going to look for how to go and make money? They have markets to sell in their hands. They have potential, real potential in their hands. Are they going to look for Lagos State to say, our shops or this space is still empty?
Nobody's coming to save them.
No. They built and they just opened shop. And people are thriving and coming from all over Africa. I repeat it again, all over Africa to Balogun Market, our neighbors here. Either to sell or shop or make movies right here. That is the same way we are looking at the blue economy, because that is the reason it was created in the first place.
Yes.
So why are we having a case where after 2 years, we have not woke up to say, okay, good and fine, we have brought in 20 billion investment from this country or that country, or from this private sector or that private sector?
I don't like to say, but it speaks on accountability and responsibility, because if you are being given a particular tax and you are not able, it reminds me of the story in the Bible when Jesus Christ gave some people talents and one kept it, one went to put it to use. This is a typical example of it. So now, after 2 years, you are coming out to say you were underfunded. What happened the first year and now? Why didn't you scream out the first year? Why are you coming out this time around? And we've seen so many, Lagos, for instance, at a point when even our then president was the governor, which he cried out that allocations was suspended from Lagos. He did not sit down and say, okay, we are underfunded. He looked for other ways to make money. So what are they actually doing? At least, I read out about how many, we have aquaculture, we have different sectors that they cover.
Money spinners.
So
money spinners.
Are you saying that you cannot, it's a big ministry. I don't even know how many population. So are you saying every other person in that ministry, I don't want to use negative words, but are you saying that nobody is smart enough? You don't have consultants, you don't have people who are smart enough to bring out policies that would spin or transform into a money-making investment? Is that what they're actually saying, that they're waiting for milk from the government to, breastfeed them and give them something? It speaks a lot.
Let's look at the young man in charge of the digital economy. I'm trying to remember his name. He pushed to the extent that as we speak right now, even if we are not subscribing to loans, the government had to go take loans to get their project working. We are seeing investments, just some days back, we are seeing an investment of over $750 million for local government connectivity, digital connectivity. Now we are seeing, let's break it down. For those that are still looking at this argument and saying, where are these people coming from? The blue economy is the gateway of trade. It's not air. It's not real. The oceans are the gateway of major trades to any country, and we are blessed with it. We are not like any landlocked country or country that don't have deep sea port. We have major deep sea ports.
In states.
And to come to think of it, that the recent construction of seaports is being done by China. Lekki Deep Seaport. They are seeing it. They are far away, thousands of kilometers away, and they are seeing the potentials in Nigeria.
Seeing it.
Dangote is constructing a port by himself. I don't know if you understand. These are individual businesses. Why are we now having the people that are in charge of this entire thing not coming out to say, okay, good and fine, let's partition, let's divide, and let's say, okay, this is what we have. Nigerians, come. Africa, come. China, come. Put money here, put money there, put money there. Why are we waiting for subventions from government? This is what beats me.
I think we need to mobilize private sector participation, first of all. Then what about the capital? They can use the capital market, go into the capital market, invest. I mean, that's why I said it's a ministry full of people, experts, analysts, consultants. What are they saying? What is happening? Are they not having meetings? Are they not brainstorming? Are they just sitting down waiting for a handout? That's because that's what this looks like. They're just waiting for a handout. Nothing. One man is building a port for himself. Is it that I don't want to.
China consumes seaweed. We don't around here, but we have that ocean line and the lagoons from Lagos all the way to Akwa Ibom. We can plant seaweed for them. We can.
They will plant for us and take it back.
There are a lot we can do. Now we have a lot of illegal fishing going on in Africa. Sadly, a lot of these countries that are also coming to invest here, their nations and their people are also involved in this. There are a lot of opportunities there that ideas and beautiful proposals can solve, and not waiting for government money to still go into places and develop infrastructure that really others can invest into. I think that is what we should be looking at. The port, blue economy. The ocean lines from here down till we get away from our, our marital demarcations. Ocean economy. Fishing, ocean economy. Exploration, ocean economy. What is our excuse?
I said it, I was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, I said that if a president has a vision and the people around him don't share that same vision, it might not work. That's what is happening here. And you know, I think it speaks on the kind of people you put in charge of certain ministries. Because if you put someone in charge and after 2 years he's coming out to tell you, I mean, it's like a father sending a child to school and after you tell your dad, the money you gave me is not enough, but I gave you pocket money. So what did you use it for? That's how it is. It boils down on who they head. Who is the one heading that place? Does he have a vision for that place? What are his plans? And when he came up in front of a bunch of legislators to defend himself, what did he say? Because it's easy to go in front of legislators and say, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this, and I will do this. Do they actually follow up? Is there a follow-up that, okay, you said you were going to do this. And that is where accountability comes in. Because if there's accountability and they call him back, oh, you said you were going to do this, it's 2 years now, what is happening? If some of these ministers know that after 2 years, if I don't do well, I will be removed, I think they will sit up.
Okay, while we are waiting and looking forward to having that particular ministry be what we want it to be, the shining light, we are looking for $1 trillion economy, and you are playing a major role in it. So you should be charting costs and telling us this is where we'll be going to. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll tell you what's happening in the crude sector. Crude oil sector to be precise. Don't go anywhere. This is still Souk Business Landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service, huge investment, also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted his son, Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Think Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk business landscape.
Welcome back. It's still Souk Business Landscape, and we are back. The table is still hot, but it's not shaking yet. Now, let's tell you what's happening. President Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will commission Nigeria's first indigenous onshore oil terminal in 50 years. Now, all is set for the official commissioning of the Otakikpo onshore crude oil export terminal in Rivers State by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on October 8, 2025. The milestone project developed by Green Energy International Limited, operator of the Otakikpo field PML 11, is based in Ikuru Town and Doni local government area, that's in Rivers State. The facility stands out as the first indigenous onshore oil terminal to be built in Nigeria by a Nigerian company, and we are proud of that. Fully indigenous company, marking a significant achievement for local participation in crude and country's petroleum industry. It is also representing the first crude export terminal to be established in Nigeria in the last 50 years. Now, this is where we should start slapping ourselves. The last terminal of such scale, that's the Forcados terminal, was commissioned in 1971. In 1971. Now, everybody that have worked in NNPC and have headed that place from 1971 till the present one should be brought to the public. Okay, let's leave those words. The Otakikpo terminal is expected to boost Nigeria's crude export capacity, deepen local content, and provide a strategic outlet for oil producers in the Niger Delta. Industry experts say its launch underscores the growing capacity of the indigenous operators to drive the nation's energy sector forward. Okay, now, Olumide, just imagine, since 1971, that is when the last of this kind of facility was built.
So
you just imagine.
To different, and we've had how many administrations?
We've had 1971. Unfortunately, I was not, okay, fortunately, I was not even born.
Well, it's a good thing that one man decided to, make that change. I was reading about this Otakipo onshore. The terminal is reported to have an initial storage of about 750,000 barrels. With plans to expand it to 3 million. And guess what? It can actually pump 360 barrels per day for export loading. But currently, the field produces around 10,000 barrels per day, which is far below the terminal's capacity.
Yes, so now this is where it also goes. Now they can pipe to other...
Yes. It says here that it's connected to, via a 20-inch, 23-kilometer pipeline to a single point mooring system offshore. It's actually a beautiful, quite beautiful. And you begin to wonder, why now? Good thing it's now. Good thing it's this administration. But what happened?
Now, I'm just talking for me and as a business person, because that's how we think business-wise. Now, we've had IOCs play in this particular sector for a long time. And now a lot of these IOCs, just like we said yesterday, a lot of people that have gone into business on our behalf went into business on their behalf, not on behalf of the government, not on behalf of the people of Nigeria. It was more of what they are going to benefit than what was going to benefit the country. So we've seen this play out for far too long, far too long. The IOC came here, yes, they came here for business, and none of them are representing their country in the first place because a lot of those IOCs are backed by their countries. So their country comes first, not yours, not ours. So building this kind of facility at that particular point in time, profit-wise, might not be of their, is not to their interest. Their interest is to drill, quote, and move out of this country. 99% of them even were against taking the refineries in the first place. They didn't build any refinery in the first place because that is not to their best interest.
However, there are some things we also need to look at. This requires capital intensity and scalability, so which means it will require full large investment, sustainability, maintenance. We also have to look into this. While it's a good initiative, while it's a welcome idea, while it will boost production, create jobs, and a whole lot, how are we going to sustain this?
It's a private venture.
It's a private venture.
Let's look at it from there. Typical example.
Thank you.
Dangote is a private venture. So the man and his board is not going to sit and watch some staff or somebody from an association or somebody from any form of government come and pour sand, just the way we say in Nigerian parlance, pour sand in his gari, like try to change the company policy or make the company go down or defraud the company in a way that they can't take care of. It's a private business. And so they will run it like a private business. So it's not a matter of fear, no. You can't come into somebody's business to run it down, no.
Okay, what about environmental risk? Onshore terminals, it raises issues of spills, soil contamination, and all that. How do we take care of that?
This is where the regulators have to now come in and make sure that every of the standards that are to be met are met and things work well. Now, a lot of times people use this word international standard. I am not sorry, but that doesn't work with me. We believe that we can do something and do it right. So doing things and doing it right is the first place, not an international standard. Your rightness, our doing things right, should in the first place be way higher than any kind of standard that somebody comes to measure for us. So that is my belief. We need more of this kind of investment and this kind of constructions coming from this side of the divide. And when somebody outside Africa now sees that, okay, they are really investing in their own, and they believe that it will last a long time, as in business-wise, and there's profit to be made, they will come and put their money in there.
So the question now is, how do we protect our own from our own, if you know what I mean?
Ownership. Real ownership. That's where it is, real ownership. And let's not play politics in this. Let's 100% take politics away from this. It doesn't matter the region or where you are. Yes, it's possible. It doesn't matter what you pray to, who you pray to, where you put your head at night to sleep. Let's treat business as business.
Well, let's treat business as business. We still have the Dangote saga. And I think reports are saying that he's planning to absorb the workers that have been struck.
Yes, and send them to the sugar company, send them to the cement.
So that's some sort of politics there.
Send them to the seaport to go and clear goods.
Yes.
Now, definitely there will be compromise here, compromise there, but let's get to know that this industry will grow.
So where I'm going now is, it's a private business, just like Dangote and the rest of them. Let's keep it a private business. That's why I said let's protect it, protect our own from our own, protecting it from our own. You know, there's other people involved, just like the people fighting Dangote, protecting it from our own. So if it's going to remain a private, and if it's for it to work, I don't know why private business, when time a private sector or private person goes into a certain thing that the government has been trying to do for a very long time.
There's always a backlog. There's always a backfight. There's always that backbiting. It's going to be there. Somebody is breaking the ground for the first time, just as you see Dangote do. So he knows that the backlash is going to come. So all what we are seeing right now is the backlash. So Dangote is going to bear the brunt for those that will come after him. So that is for sure. But for everyone that is letting him, herself, or their association be used as a conveyor belt to stall development in one way or the other, there are better ways. Dialogue is always there. Let's get to ask ourselves I have no issues with Pengasen. Definitely, I have no issues with Nupeng. No, I have no issues with anybody. But when your action affects the next person negatively, I don't work with Dangote. I don't collect salary from Dangote. But I could not come to work because you went on strike. That is a no-no from me.
So also, there's the issue of vandalism, community dispute, pipeline theft, and all that. How do we, solve that? Community tensions. That's another thing they have to. This private
ownership.
Keep saying ownership.
Yes. Now, let me give you another example. There is a school. There is this particular school in my village. I didn't go there. But you see a lot of people that went to that school are not even from the village. And they always refer back to the school. Because the community people were nice to them when they were in that particular school. Okay. So right now, the community people are reaping the benefits of their hospitality to generations that a lot of the children don't even know. They own the school like it belongs to them.
Good.
So they made sure that the facility and the buildings were well taken care of.
Protecting it.
Yes. And they made sure that people that were coming from outside into their community to school there were safe. They could enter any house. They could eat. They could live in the community. And there were no negative cases at all. So right now, they are reaping the benefit of their father's hospitality. The same way, if we see these facilities and these companies as being positive to the community and not just somebody trying to make money and want our share of the money, then we have problems. So that kind of reorientation has to come in. And also, for the school, a lot of the teachers we have right now in my community were trained by that school. So the same thing can also happen. A lot of the people in that community can also get trained to work in that particular facility. And over time, the ripple effect will be there. So it's ownership. The same thing, what we're also suffering in Nigeria right now. We see government facilities, we see government infrastructure as belonging to government. But it's in your community. And you watch somebody who come from outside your community and come and remove rail nails, remove rail screws, and remove rail bars. And you just look at it and say, you won't take ownership. That is wrong. Take ownership of whatever is located in your community and take care of it. Because these are the businesses that will grow that particular community.
Well, yes, while we take ownership, the organization, the establishment also need to do some form of CSR.
Definitely.
Because that is what would also make people feel that, this person is doing well, this person is making sure that this community is doing well. We have to protect this so that we can continue to enjoy benefits of this. So it's give and take kind of thing. Scratch my back, I scratch yours.
For those that are still wondering, this is Soup Business Landscape, where you get to hear a whole lot of Nigerian parlance. Scratch your back. Scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's give and take. Yes, we'll go to our next story for today, and we want to say thank you very much to everybody from Green Energy that have brought this particular project to life. Thank you, thank you. We'll look more to more of this kind of investment across the Niger Delta and also on this side of the divide in the west and also in the north. Let's see a lot of this investment and businesses come up. Now, Nigeria supply Dakar refinery despite Senegal's oil output. Now, Nigeria has emerged as a key crude supplier to Senegal's Dakar refinery, which processes about 30,000 barrels per day. This comes even as Senegal marked its entry into the League of Oil Producers last year, raising questions about local crude allocation. Senegal began oil production in mid-2024 from the Sangoma field with output estimated at 100,000 barrels per day. The crude is classified as medium sour with 31-degree API gravity and 1% sulfur content, making it suitable for global market. Industry data from KPLA shows that nearly all Senegal oil production is exported, with Spain, Italy, and Netherlands being the primary destinations. This export-driven strategy has left Senegal reliant on Nigeria crude to meet the feedstock needs for its only refinery in Dakar, Senegal. Another West African brother. Now they have, well?
They've entered, they are producing oil, but we are still supplying them.
Yet not, well?
It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Now, like we said, we're looking for means of opening up and looking for more people to take up our crude.
Yes.
And gradually, we are thinking of and looking for means of producing more. We can't meet international demand, and we also meet local demand. Now we are getting to get to Senegal. Definitely, they'll pay us in dollars.
Definitely. Increase our, yes.
They'll pay us in dollars. And Dangote will pay us in Naira. Because it trickles down to us at the end of the day. We believe that this sector will grow. It will do better than in the days of Gowon, when he didn't know what to do with our money. And we want to see Nigerians come out of the bad state we were in the last administration and that before it. And we all have to contribute to make that happen. Now, let's get to another story for today, and that has to do with borrowing. This is Friday and is a mellowed down show. So, hey, now let's talk about the bank credit to private sector. Now, that particular one has dropped to 75.83 trillion. That's the lowest we've seen in 2025. Bank credit to Nigerian private sector fell to 75.83 trillion in August 2025, marking the lowest level recorded this year. The decline highlights a slowdown in lending activity as businesses struggle with rising borrowing costs and tighter financial conditions. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows that credit to the sector, which had maintained steady growth earlier in the year, has now hit a significant slump. The drop in credit is largely tied to high interest rates, which continue to limit access to affordable financing. Analysts note that many firms are delaying expansion plans and reducing loan applications, such as the cost of borrowing becomes increasingly prohibitive. This trend raises concern over private sector performance, given its critical role in driving economic growth. Industry players warn that sustained credit contraction could weaken investment, employment, and output. They urged the policies that balance inflation control with private sector growth. Now, Olubide, this is where we are.
Yes.
This is not where we want to be.
Well, I think it has to do with the interest rate. Now, I think the MPR was dropped from 27.5 to about 27. So we should see some, drop in also. It should trickle down to lending rates.
0.5.
Because if the interest rates are high, people would resort to either not borrowing or borrowing from loan sharks. That was how these loan sharks were able to penetrate into the market. They offer you something the bank will not offer you with no collateral. All you have to do is just give us your contact, give us your picture, means of identification, I will give you this money. Though the interest rate was higher than what banks were offering, but the money was readily there with no collateral, zero collateral. So that was how they were able to penetrate. But thank God for the FCCPC, they've been able to curb and curtail these loan sharks.
Are they doing enough?
They can't do more. Now they've gone ahead to say that if anybody is threatening you, to expose you, to blackmail you, report that particular loan shark. They are doing a whole lot. They did some raid in Ikeja, the Ikeja axis. They raided some loan shark companies. Some of these loan sharks don't have a visible or viable place. It's online. So
you have an app.
They have an app.
And people that are sitting and calling you.
And I know Google is also trying. Google has put in some certain measures, you know, to forestall some of these loan sharks and all that. But still yet, banks, they have to find a way to meet, especially the SMEs, the entrepreneurs. These are the people. That's the only way we can expand the economy. That's the only way we can actually give that purchasing power to the average man. Because if I want to scale my business, first of all, I need a loan. Or I get investors. Now, if I can't get investors, I approach the bank. If the bank is willing to lend me money, I expand. I hire more people. People get jobs. So families are able to feed as a result of me. If I'm not able to pay back that loan, I have to scale down. I have to down tools, or I have to reduce my workforce. I sack people, job losses. So it trickles down, whichever way you want.
Okay. Now we are looking at major businesses that, just like you said, they've planned expansion, but at 27%, that's still a bit high. Most people might not understand it. So if I'm taking a loan of 100,000 naira, another thing is a duration. 1 month, I'm paying 27%. That's 27,000 naira. Sadly, if you are taking a loan from some of these loan sharks, you pay as much as 60%.
Yes.
60%.
60% or 70%.
I've seen some that are as much as 70%.
Yes.
In 7 days. So what sort of business am I going to do? Fraud.
And they've even gone further. I know a particular loan app, if you cannot pay at the end of the month, they will tell you, okay, pay half to extend. And that is how they'll keep on collecting.
Okay. Now, this is where we also need to look at. The less businesses borrow, it is a sign that things are not healthy. So, Olayemi Cardoso, we need to talk. You need to talk with business owners. You need to talk with entrepreneurs across border, not just those that come to you and sit in those nice shiny offices with glass windows. You need to really get down to the street, to the market, to those particular places where people get their hands dirty, and listen to them. There has to be a form of, yes, the rate might be 27, but government on their own part, just like other governments do, can also come out and say, okay, good and fine, go this way. While the rate is 27 to stabilize the economy, fight inflation and all that, we on our own side, we can also go this way and give it to you at 13, but that is coming directly from government.
Yes.
We've seen governments do that. China is doing that on the daily. They are subsidizing their production. And the US and Europe are shouting and saying, don't do that. But hey, it's your people that matter most. It's productivity that matters most. The less we import and export, the better for the economy. And it's not government that will do it. It's not crude oil.
I think
it's those businesses
I buy that particular idea. If the government can step in and give access to lower credit, it would help. So that we know that, okay, then it would definitely... Now, okay, I do not want to put this out there because I don't have verifiable facts of it, so let me just put it there. But if the federal government can also come in a way that you know that, okay, and tailor it for SMEs, entrepreneurs, and there's a duration. Because while we like it or not, if you tell me you want to borrow me 100,000 naira and I have to pay back within a week or 2 weeks, where am I going to get that money? So
you have to go and do fraud to use the money to pay you back.
I don't know about you. So the duration matters. it has to be a reasonable duration that you know that, yes, at least if it's 6 months, minimum 6 months, so you have ample time. So even if it's 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira that I'm saving to pay back that loan, it's reasonable. Not 2 weeks.
7 days.
Or 7 days. It's unreasonable.
Okay. Now we need to make sure that our businesses, our production firms have access to credit. That is a lifeline for productivity. Let's go to our next story for today. Market Watch. Ghana, yes, is also good in the news. Ghana is leading the global stock gains as African markets attract investors. Definitely. African stock markets are recording impressive gains. They've recorded and still recording impressive gains in 2025, with Ghana emerging as the world's best performer in dollar terms. The Ghana Stock Exchange has outpaced global peers this year, reflecting a strong investor appetite and renewed confidence in the country's economic prospect. Other African markets, including Zambia, Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa, are also posting solid returns, boosting the continent's profile in global investment circles. Analysts attribute the surge to currency stability, improved corporate earnings, and rising commodity prices, which have strengthened investor sentiment in Nigeria. In Nigeria, reforms and resilience in key sectors are helping to sustain momentum despite domestic challenges. Kenya and Zambia are also benefiting from policy adjustments and capital inflows into energy, agriculture, and infrastructure. The rally has attracted heightened interest from international funds seeking diversification beyond developed markets. Experts say sustaining this momentum will depend on stable macroeconomic policies, transparency, and deeper market reforms across the continent. Now, this is a good one. Very good one. Yes. For a very long time, this is the best our stock market has performed for a very long time. Then sometime last month, the insurance companies, after the act was passed, woke up one morning and investment were going there, and their shares were going up the roof. It's still doing the same thing right now. How confident are Nigerians getting and feeling in the market right now?
It's a good one, but it's like a chunk of Nigerians are actually involved or benefiting or are aware of what is going on in the capital market. So there's this disconnect, there's this digital literacy or literacy in short, financial literacy that Nigerians still lack, and we need to find a way to bridge in the gap.
Okay.
Yes, we have federal government bonds, the insurance is there and all that, but how do people even understand what this means? It's another way to scale your business, only that, yes, you have to show your books. You have to be transparent. You have to do things. You can't do, it's my business, it's my business. You can't transfer from, Emeka can't transfer to his son can't transfer to the son's son. You know, it's operated in a larger scale. Different people have to be involved. And even the person that has 1% stock in that particular will be making decisions. So there's this financial literacy gap that is still existing that we need to fill in. Other companies need to come in. That is the way we can actually grow as an economy.
Okay, while other people are coming in and we are growing as an economy, let's talk about this side of financial literacy you're talking about. Do you think a lot of people, market people, a lot of the small SME or even the big SME, do you think they really know that they can actually raise funds from the money market?
They see, I'm sure when you ask, I mean, if you go on the street now and ask, or go to this Balogo market and ask people what stock, they will tell you it's for the elite, it's for rich people. It sounds rich. It sounds like it's someone who has money to waste. They have money to just buy stock, put it in their shop, sell, make profit. They don't have that money to say, okay, let me invest it and wait. That's why Ponzi scheme was easily able to penetrate, because make money at a short term and make profit. That's what they were selling. So for a market woman who wants to buy something, wants to buy clothes, he has she has bought the clothes. And they believe in using all that money to buy the clothes, put it in their shop. Even if it takes 6 to 7 months for them to sell it, no problem. They put it in their shop and they start selling. While they are selling, as they are making that profit. So that's where financial literacy comes in. That, okay, instead of taking all that profit, that 100% profit, why not split it 50%? Fill up your shop, the other 50, put it in the capital market. So you have some sort of, how will I put it, backbone for the rainy day. But then again, financial literacy teaches that you do not expect a short-term profit. It's a long-term profit. So you should, when it's doing well, you might be tempted to take out that money, to sell that share. But that's not the way to go. Keep it there. Let it continue to grow. Let it continue to grow. Let it continue to grow until probably when you actually really need it, then you can take it.
And also, a lot of your investment in the capital market could also act as a major collateral if you need bank loans and if you need some other form of business collaborations. These are things that I also think, not just the stock market itself, but we, from the media, the National Orientation Agency, we need to get people. We need to get people. We have a whole lot of talk when it comes to Nigeria and the exchange, our exchange. But when it comes to volume, South African market still dwarfs us. We are nowhere close to the investment, the value investment in South African market. And we need to get there.
I think one of the things that brought about this disconnect was when people were buying shares from banks. At the point, I bought shares. I can't even remember, because I remember when my dad forced all of us to buy shares.
That was in 2000, mid-2000s.
Yes, we bought shares.
And it crashed.
So now, how do you now go back to tell someone?
Did you hold those shares you bought then?
I don't even know where it was bought on my behalf, so I don't even know which bank, but I know, yes, there was a time my dad bought shares for all of us.
Okay. Now, a lot of those particular shares that were bought at that period of time, they've all surged in value. But another sad part of it was that a lot of people that got involved and bought at that particular point in time, they were so disappointed that sadly some businesses had to fold. And I don't know how bad it affected people, but it did affect a whole lot of people. But that particular era gave very wrong negative signals to people. But right now, for those that still have those shares, they are on value.
How do you begin to locate? Like you said, some banks, some places have folded up.
Yeah, those businesses. Now, it's not difficult to find, as long as you can remember your full name that you're using acquiring those particular shares. And if you have an identification, they are still there. So you can go back and find them. They've been accumulating somewhere. So you have money somewhere that have been accumulating. So hey, let's all get our act right. And remember that the stock market is also a major revenue earner for businesses and individuals. Don't play solo. Let's get to our last story for today. We are going entertainment, and that has to do with Trump. Trump is on the news again, and he is threatening. He is telling us that tariff is coming somewhere. President Donald Trump announced plans to impose a 100% tariff on all films. I said again, films produced overseas and imported into the United States. The move, reported could disrupt Hollywood's global business model, which heavily depends on cross-border production and international box office revenue. Trump framed the policy as part of his protectionist agenda, accusing other countries of stealing America's movie industry. In a post on Truth Social, he wrote that their movie-making business has been stolen from the United States of America by other countries, just like stealing candy from a baby. Okay, Trump. Uncertainty surrounds the legal basis for the proposed tariff. The White House has not clarified the enforcement mechanism, while major studios including Warner Bros., Discovery, Paramount, Skydance, Netflix, and Comcast all declined immediate comment on the development. They definitely will decline comment on this development. Now let's talk. When it comes to the box office, Hollywood and all major studios, they make more money from worldwide box office than what is made in the United States.
Definitely. Collaboration.
I hope the advisors told him this particular side of the news.
I read the story, and Hollywood would be most affected because there are a lot of post-production, there are a lot of pre-production that is done outside of the United States, in Canada, in different cities.
In India.
In India. And probably it's the finished work that is now brought back to the United States. So how do you even begin to do that? How do you begin to implement this? It's going to, so the United States, they are also going to suffer this. So I don't know who is advising Trump on this. And he's all in for tax, tariff, and all that. But you also need to look at the people who are going to suffer for it. Hollywood will suffer for it. A whole lot of them will suffer for it.
Okay, now let's talk let's talk figures. For Trump advisors, I think you should really get this episode of SBL and watch it again. Now, for those that are wondering, most movies that are not made in the US, most movies, I'll say it again, most African movies do not get US screening in the big screens in the US. Most, I say it again so that you hear me, most African major blockbusters are not getting into US theaters, big picture US theaters. The movies that are getting into big picture US theaters are movies made by US studios, collaborated by US studios. That is one. Secondly, a lot of the population of those that are, be it they've gotten their passport, they've become US citizens, but of other origins, the population is huge there. And they are majorly the ones paying for the productions that are coming from outside the US. And they are all paying into the US economy. Have you considered all this before you go this particular route? That art cannot be held captive. It's just like water, it flows. And the contribution is not held within borders. It is cheaper to do post-production right now as I speak in Africa and in India than in the US.
Yes, it is.
And even your major studios are doing the same thing because it's easier for them to do post-production. They don't even need to move their reels to India. They just send it via the net, and somebody down there is doing color grading or doing sound effects or doing his own bit, and when he's done, he returns it, and those that own the project continue their project.
Yes.
These are issues that I think he really needs to consider. And when you're shutting down and putting tariff on productions, I hope you know it's also a lot of culture and people's lives that are coming into movies. How is he going to go about that?
It's quite interesting how he even came up with this tariff of, I think Trump is, the way I see Trump, I could be wrong, is he has an end game. So he throws in a kicker first. He throws in something, throws in a joke or something. He knows where he's going. He knows there will be dialogue. He knows there will be compromise. So what is the compromise? Where is he going? What is the middle ground he's looking for? It might not be what he's talking about. He would truly wait for response and all that. Yes, there's no response even from the White House right now. They are waiting to see the reactions. They are waiting to see how Hollywood will react and whether there might be protest or total shutdown or strike, we do not know. But I'm watching to see how Hollywood is going to fight for its own, because it has to fight for its own.
This is going to affect them negatively. This is not like the movies, this particular, their work of art is not like a car production that after 4 or 5 years, you now start, you won't buy that car anymore. It's, once it's been produced, it's been produced. It's dead till eternity.
Yes.
The next 100 generations will still watch it. They will make reference to it. They will study it. They will analyze it. They will make it. They will remake it. So these are not things you restrict. Just like we say, you don't create borders for the art.
I remember there was a time writers in UK, they went on strike, and it really affected the economy. Production had to stop. A whole lot of things had to stop. Some of the blockbusters, some series that I used to watch that time, they had to stop because the writers went on strike. And that's how powerful the workforce is there. So I'm waiting to see how Hollywood is going to react to this. Are the actors going to go on strike? The producers, what are they going to do? How are they going to scale out of this? Because it's not only them. Now, when most pre-production is done outside and you're saying you're going to tax the whole thing, how do you even expect them to add one and one together?
Let's come
balance their shit.
Let's come back to the basics. So what kind of stories are we going to expect? So every story that will be written now, if we go for that, it's going to be centered, location, transmission, whatever is going to happen in the US. So they are not going to write stories that's happened outside the US anymore. Or go to locations outside the US. They have to create everything there. You're going to lose a whole lot of originality and lose a whole lot of creativity there. On this particular one, dear Trump, you goofed.
Yes, actually. But like I said, I think this is not the end game.
This is not the end game.
This is not the end game. That's how it started with the whole tariff war, and look at where we got to and all that. There was a negotiation. Just like China fought back, I hope Hollywood would fight back. I hope they would fight back because they have to fight back. And if they don't fight back, well, it's Trump. Sometimes, like he says, I'm always right, but this time around, Trump, you are wrong, you are not right.
On this particular side of it, I'm not going to get into his mind and his very handsome head. If he goes ahead with this, he is directly handing the industry over to India and Africa.
I didn't see that.
Directly handing the industry over to India and Africa, because this is where all the major productions will start happening.
Even the stories right now.
Yes, and people will start looking forward to what's happening here. I just hope it's going to be a whole lot of interesting days. So for those in the industry, those in the movie industry, those in the creative industry, congratulations, because your business is about to get way, way faster and more money is coming to your pockets.
I mean, maybe that would open doors for the Nollywoods and
Definitely.
the Bollywoods.
Definitely.
And maybe we might even see more collaborations this time around with Hollywood and Nollywood coming together. I mean, they have, like you said, that some of our films are not even shown there. This is
shown in their big cinemas.
In their big cinemas. This is an opportunity. Well, necessity is how they say that word, mother of all inventions. So it's a good one.
It's a good one. On this particular note, I want to say thank you very much for being part of SBL today. Remember, it's still that beautiful Friday where we temper everything, low down, and tell you no matter what is happening, no matter what your table looks like, remember your neighbor is still your friend and you have to love him. But for you to do that, you have to love yourself first. Contribute, play your part, and let's grow this nation. Negativity will get us nowhere. But when you see something, say something. Let's have ourselves a very beautiful, nice weekend, and we'll start again on Monday. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. It's been a pleasure being here with you today.
It's been a pleasure staying with us. Like they say, it takes a village to get this program up and running. So many thanks to everybody who made this possible. The cinematographers, the producers, the directors, the people in the MCR, everybody that took part in making sure that Souk Business Landscape comes alive. Major thanks to you. But the bigger thanks is to you watching, streaming, commenting, liking. Keep engaging us. Tell us what you want us to, talk about. Anything you see happening in your area, let us know. Also, be a good citizen of Nigeria. No one is coming to save us. Report any suspicious activities happening around. Take ownership of Nigeria. Nigeria is our own. No one is coming to save us. Have yourself a lovely weekend. Keep watching Souk News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizenship.
promise. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
First of all, I may ask, who is 65 years old here? Some of us, we are not have the age. And some of us, we are above the age. We have to appreciate God's presence, keeping us long life and then prosperity. We see the day, it was so fantastic to us. So we are celebrating this in the spite of the force. 65 years, you calculated day and time and hours. Over millions days, over million days. And then when we call about the years, then we know. So let's multiply 65 times 365. It gives us a long protest. Now, if by grace of God you are around for 65 years, that is a good news for you. You have to take care of. Some did not have, some of us, we have it. So we have to appreciate, to celebrate. And moreover too, whatever we do, we have to thank God for His grace. Give us the opportunity to see the day today, to celebrate it with all ourselves. Whatever good or bad, we marry together and we formit ourselves as good Nigerians. That's the best thing to do. Yeah, surely we have the leaders. In everything in home, you have a leader. Father, mother, they are all leaders. And moreover too, they have to give us what it takes. And no, the child or not anybody cannot pass through parental aspect of it. So definitely we have leaders who can lead us for a better height. Now it's by prayer and supplication. We know a lot. The challenges are not what we expect, but at the same time, they meet us for 65 years. So we have to appreciate whatever they do. The point that I have to motivate and encourage them, whatever they do the right thing so that to get to the bottom of our children's generation to come forward. That's the most important. The fact that presently we are finding a lot of difficulties in the spirit that we have the leaders, where you have to look at it is most important, our education. And moreover, parental aspect of it, to take care of the children at home, to know their values and whatever they do, they are not worthy to that. So automatically there's no job creativity. That is one. Education was not going high. That two. Then automatically our medical sector was not quite okay. So they have to adjust to structure that area. Then they can move better for more. No, it is naturally. It's that many are called, but few are chosen. Some of us, we are leaders. Some of us, we are religious leaders. But along the line, our mindset is not working toward goal, what God has planned for our future. And moreover too, we did not go to the right direction. The main fact that everyone have his own way of operating. Now, when you get to the Bible, there are a lot of things you can able to quote, and you will see that most of us, we are interested in one particular area, not by godly. Particular, all of us have come short of the glory of God. Moreover too, a Redeemer came to redeem us, probably if we have hope, and if we have trust in Him, therefore we can make things different. But the point is that, are we able to submit ourselves? Then we can carry on the responsibility to make the world to better tomorrow. Now the government has to sit right, because probably They take a mandate and power, so they do not listen to anybody's advice. Moreover, too, they are not reading. They are all part of political issues based upon their mindset. And it's not today it was happening, because the Pharisees and Sadducees are doing it in the past many years. They are now fine-tune things and put people away from the system wherever they know the right thing to be done, not be done. So automatically, those are the things that are giving us a step back. Now, area they have to come in to put things right, they are not there because nobody will checkmate them. They have power to even to question me or whatever they have. They are controlling the economy, whatever it is. That is the main fact. But the point is, they have to look down that the generation comes are most important. Now, in by and large, when you look at the Bible or whatever I can see, the Word of God is telling us, God gave us a commandment. In the first thing, we are naive. And moreover, when God created man, most of us are naive in a certain way. There's no law. And that law was broken down after Moses, before the law came to the world. But we turned the law to our personal self. Now we make our own law to define our law. But the law, what God gives us, we abandon it outside. So that is the reason why things are fall apart. And moreover, too, we didn't value those laws. But if we cherish the laws, by this time we can get better way of life to live. Because we don't care what is happening. We care for ourselves, self-centered. That's the way forward we are seeing today. So most religious leaders, many are interested in the world, not in spiritual. And when you don't have the spiritual backing, with the Holy Spirit that speaks to us, or anywhere, whether you are Muslim, whether you are Christian, when you know yourself that this body belongs to God, then there's no need to even to go beyond. We tackle it when we are all understand the fun factor. The problem we have in Nigeria is very simple. If all of us will understand that we love each other, there's no love. We love money more than God. And naturally, when you look at Luke 16, he will tell you more about it. And when you look at the same thing, you look at Matthew 5, he will tell you something about this, he will tell you something about the same thing. We are interested in money. You go to the street and see, some they die, they are dead, but they are living. That's what we see today. Children have been drinking something what you don't understand, and at the same time, they are on their own. They cannot control them. Nobody can control their emotion, whatever. So they have a lot of problems. I'm afraid if probably 20 years back, maybe those children I'm talking about, 17, 21, 20, 25, the way they are living right now, no education, no business, no nothing. Now, 20 years back, I would be more than maybe I'm 100 and I don't know, God will take me. I cannot talk more. Moreover, to that 20 years, this country, if we don't fish up properly, will damage the country because those who want to rule us, those 20 years children, 17 years, they are now reaching about 40 or 45. And 40, 45, they are being government. What are they going to do? This is my fear. It's fear that all of us, the religious leaders, any elders, wake up and build up your children to infrastructure, restructure them, and at the same time, impart the knowledge of God to them, let them have the fear of God and that to work modalities. Now we are gradually want to go to World Cup. That's our mindset. When it comes to sports, all of us, we are one. But when it's no sports, we are not one. I want you to understand that. When it comes to sport, Nigeria is one. When we are not, without sport, we are not one. We separate ourselves. Because once you are Nigerian, you have to support Nigeria. That's okay. Only sport brought us together and put sanity to our face. We smile by sports. When we win or we lose, we know what we do. It takes. Now, that's more. Grassroots football is most important. I can give an example for some people who have done it and they make it. Today in Drusu, we were able to carry under 16 to 17 World Cup, and you surviving it. You make the World Cup grand. Now we can talk about Yemi Teller. He did the same thing, under 21, under 17. He made it under the grassroots. Now we don't cherish the grassroots football. We didn't value them, they are important. There's no provision toward that. Probably if the FA have plans for under 17 tournaments or league playing within the communities, I think we can build up. Moreover, too, in schools, we are not cherishing schools in all sports affairs so that we can get a grassroots from the children. That is number 2. But if you are now believing that we want to have a national team, we have to bring somebody to import from England to come and play. Who doesn't play the league in Nigeria? Today, we are facing challenges. Reason because most players we have in national team, none of them are playing league in Nigeria. There is no proprietor handled club side in Nigeria no more because taxes are too high. And government was not doing any work, probably. They didn't care about sport, but only went to count to cherish them that, yeah, we have done well. But if you are pumping money to that particular area, we can build up better. Give us the grassroots, we can make it. It depends upon how we could do it. That's my fear. I want to talk to your parents, and I want to talk to the nation, I want to talk to the government. Please, I am saying it. I'm not a soothsayer, but spiritually, psychologically, sit down and watch what is going on. If you are here, you are fine, but get outside. You see a lot of things you never see before. Children of 17 years, they drunk, they do a lot of things. Now they are holding phone. Even technology are killing most Nigerians right now. Parents are holding phone, they don't care what the children do. Fathers or mothers that do the same thing, they hold phone from morning to night, they are looking what is that TikTok or whatever coming in, and they say they'll get money. Now they are now looking for any way of getting money. Say, call me, chat with me, I will get you money. This is what is going on. The children are not interested to work because there's no work. Now we are automatically, if you have a children, you have a problem. One, if your child wants to marry, ask him whether he know how to cook food, a female or male. They all eat fast food. So what are you going to do? Nobody can cook. Your in-law come to your house tomorrow to say, I want to eat something. It's not an answer at all. It's a disgrace. And we are part of the system. We never support our children. Then moreover too, we parents too, we don't do well. And moreover, government too is not our system. Now school fees are too expensive. We have private schools are very expensive. Nobody checkmate what is going on. And moreover, the government school, we are not giving the facilities they need. Probably we have computers in our schools, government schools. It's better. Only private school have it. But the government school, they didn't care about it. Whatever you gain. And this is government school. That is the main thing. The government know what it has. You have to build it the better way so that other schools will follow the same process. So, moreover, the school education is outright. Let's forget about it. If we want to talk about education, because we are not ready. Everybody is now for business. And that business, illegal business, everybody is doing what is pleased itself. Likewise that, if the government have interest, then we, the parents, have interest in what our children we have. Because somebody don't have a child today, say, I want to have a child. He will force himself to have a child. But can you take care of that child? These are the main things we have to talk about. In the future, we are parents, we have not done well. So we have to checkmate ourselves that look at the mirror and look at yourself. I'm fine. The same fine, let's make sure the children will be fine. Everything God created is good.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. You know, in this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune, and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up to now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just just in the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. You know, hospitality, Africa is hospitality, hospitality is Africa. You know, so all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. You know, they believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around, that's why he has not released money. There should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there is no process, you're just wasting your time. So and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always live where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They're not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training, they see a future in the organization. I mean, there's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights, you don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you're entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there's nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why would they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you know, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they were heard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, you know, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, you know, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All theirs is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payment. And as you make the payment, you reserve the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests, but it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy, makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what we call door integration. When we're talking about fraud, you integrate your door, that's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, My Mail Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard, or floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, the kind of permit, the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with a guest card. Right from the report you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person? that assess the room. So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island, because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, you know. So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort, because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose, they are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good services. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there is even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. Let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. In my book, which I will be launching soon in my event coming up, I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand. Simple, steps of creating a brand. I made reference to such owners as accidental owners. You just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-room hotel in Delta, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 100 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. He can do something smaller, even with 100 million, Yes, it depends. I just gave the practical example. I know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, is value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. These guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You have cost accountants, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. The recipes are there in the software, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, like in Lagos State now, a clock of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT, which is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. It sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, you have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert. Another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own. So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be we call it investment roundtable. We'll be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand. That's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja. You know, he'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who'll be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. You know, the government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, you know. And until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. While we always advise that, you know, owners should look at, you know, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, you know, hospitality is going, you know. We talk about sustainability, you know, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. You know, those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand. Always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. You know, a brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that establish it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so, the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provision are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the accountant general against the commissioner of finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my turn is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, which are the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a cover, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot at the firing squad because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services, and when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came over and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong, and then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the recharge card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the cross of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Not previously. Right now, 20%.
Right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences, and they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that will show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. and NELPON will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%, and NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NELPON that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELPON, even before transferring everything to NELPON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then null fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that person, that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is measurement, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. if you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it's come to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. Okay, so I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see, their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin-in-the-Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's-in-the-Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for a neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concerts, so I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souk News.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Winks and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azure Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Army International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. I am Olumide Shukoya. Now let's begin. President Bola Tinubu will inaugurate $400 million Otakitipo onshore crude oil export terminal in Rivers State on October 8th, marking Nigeria's first new crude export facility in more than 5 decades. The project, developed by Green Energy International Limited, is located in the Kuru Town Andoni local government area and is the first wholly indigenous-built onshore terminal since the Forcados facility in 1971, with an initial storage capacity of 750,000 barrels, expandable to 3 million, and loading capacity of 360,000 barrels per day. The terminal is expected to resolve long-standing evacuation bottlenecks. Industry operators say it will serve over 40 stranded oil fields, providing reliable evacuation outlets and potentially unlocking millions of barrels of trapped crude, while also reducing production costs for indigenous producers. The inauguration is projected to draw top government officials and stakeholders, including the Minister of State for Petroleum, Senator Heineke Lopobiri, and the River State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara. Green Energy Chairman Professor Anthony Adebulugbe described the terminal as a game-changer. National infrastructure, underscoring the administration's broader effort to revive the investor confidence in Nigeria's crude industry amid production declines, theft, and high operational cost. Nigeria's domestic airlines are generating $449.7 million yearly for economy and creating 29,900 jobs, according to the International Air Transport Association, IATA. In its report, The Value of Air Transport to Nigeria's Economy, IATA said aviation contributes a total of $2.5 billion annually to gross domestic product, representing 0.7% of national output. The sector directly provides 39,500 jobs, while its value chain supports more than 217,000. The report showed that international tourists inject $760.2 million into the economy annually, sustaining 66,600 jobs through spending on local goods and services. Aviation's wider impact includes trade facilitation, with Nigeria's handling 195,700 cargoes in 2023, and growing passenger movement through international connectivity has declined by 21% since 2014. IATA's Regional Vice President Camille Alawadi said that aviation remains a powerful driver of economic and social development. He noted that the average airfares dropped by 43% between 2011 and 2023, but affordability is still a challenge, with the average Nigerian needing 37.6 days of work to buy a ticket. He urged stronger policy to unlock aviation's full growth potential. Now, Nigeria has emerged a major supplier of crude oil to Senegal's 30,000 barrels per day Dakar refinery, despite Senegal joining the League of Oil-Producing Nations last year. According to industry analyst Pella, Senegal's crude oil from Sangoma field, producing about 100,000 barrels per day, is mostly exported to Europe because of its medium sour grade does not fit the refinery's configuration. Instead, Dakar refinery relies on Nigeria's Aero crude, a lighter and sweeter grade better suited to its processing needs. Data shows that Senegal has been importing about 30,000 barrels per day of Aero crude in recent months, highlighting Nigeria's role in sustaining the refinery's operation. However, crude supply alone does not cover Senegal's energy demand. The country continues to deepen to depend heavily on refined fuel imports, with up to 60% sourced from Russia. Industry experts note that while Senegal exports its own crude to Europe, Nigeria's oil and Russian refined product remains central to the meeting its domestic fuel balance. Nigeria's power generation companies have protested their exclusion from the federal government's ongoing debt verification process, which seeks to reconcile over 4 trillion naira owed to the electricity supply industry. In a letter dated September 24, the Association of Power Generation Companies, led by Dr. Joy Ogaji, said the inter-ministerial committee constituted for the exercise does not include GENCOs, despite being the direct counterparties and creditors. The operators demanded clarity on their role, the mechanisms for providing support documentation, the debt cut-off month, and the timeline for reconciliation. They warned that excluding them could undermine transparency and fairness in resolving debt that have risen both 5 trillion naira above, largely due to unpaid subsidies and inadequate settlements of invoices. Already, gas suppliers are reducing supply to power plants in protest over arrears, worsening liquidity constraints. The GENCOs cautioned that the sector faces deeper deterioration without urgent reform, stressing patriotism alone cannot sustain operators under mounting debt and operational strain. While President Bola Tinubu has acknowledged the obligations, he insisted on verifying claims before authorizing payment. Industry stakeholders, however, argue that swift and inclusive action is needed to restore investor confidence and prevent further disruptions to electricity generation and supply. The International Monetary Fund has urged Zimbabwe to provide clearer details on its plan to phase out the use of United States dollar by 2030. The lender said questions remain over whether the new ZiG currency will be restricted to domestic transactions and whether bank deposits in United States dollars will still be permitted. According to the IMF, the ZiG has yet to gain a broad acceptance across the economy, creating uncertainty about its ability to replace the United States dollar as the primary medium of exchange. The fund emphasized that the clarity is needed to maintain investor confidence and avoid market instability during the transition period. Zimbabwe reintroduced its local currency, the ZiG, earlier this year in efforts to strengthen the monetary sovereignty. However, the public and businesses continue to rely heavily on United States dollar, highlighting the challenges the government faces in phasing it out. The IMF said detailed policy communication will be critical to ensuring a smooth shift. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SIG News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Dr. Zach A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom that encapsulated in the statements. Revenue is the lifeblood of the national economy, providing means to fulfill essential challenges to raise ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfill its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zak Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zak Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reforms processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. ZAC, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landed revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them when the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Zach A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR kits and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souk News.
Welcome, many thanks for joining us on the program. Africa today is at a defining moment in its development story. With a young population, rapid urbanization, and expanding internet penetration, the continent has a unique opportunity to leverage digital transformation as a catalyst for inclusive growth. But digital transformation on its own is not just about technology, it's about people. To unlock real value, innovation in Africa must be human-centered, designed to solve the pressing challenges of everyday life, from access to health care and financial inclusion, to agriculture, education, governance, and trade. Welcome, and thanks for joining us on today's episode of Just Africa. Hello, Omivi. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Pri. Good afternoon to you, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and you, wherever you're watching from across the globe. It's another beautiful Friday, and, super excited to be here. Yeah, you were talking about
yes.
Transformation. Transformation and human-centered
yes,
innovation.
Exactly.
Generally. When people hear about transformation, most times people just feel it has to be just all about tech. It's okay for you to think that way, it's all about tech. But what I'm majorly concerned is the human-centered aspect of the conversation we want to have. Most times the innovations, the new things that are coming up, the transformations that are happening now, there is a big question that we must answer. Are they really human-centered? Because they are meant for humans to use. When these things are being created, they are being innovated, who are those at the back of the mind of the innovator? Are you just doing it for the elite in the urban area? Are you forgetting the businesswoman out there? Are you forgetting the farmer out there? Do you think about them when these things are being innovated so that, yes, they can use it? Because when we are talking about development, it is not just for some people in the urban area. It is for everybody.
Development is an encompassive.
You understand.
It's encompassive. So whether you are in the urban area or you are in the rural area, it's if you key in. If you do not key in, development is like a moving train. It leaves you behind. And tech is critical to mobilizing and spreading development to every nook and every corner of the world.
But you also agree with me that the knowledge of the innovations that are being brought into place right now, the in-depth knowledge of it is very important, because someone who is in the rural area who does not have a very deep knowledge on how these things are created or how they should be used, and you bring these things to them, how would they be able to use them?
Well, we'll leave that conversation for the guests. Now, what's the meaning of what we're talking about? Digital transformation, driving digital transformation. It refers to the adoption and integration of digital technologies across various sectors, business, government, health, education, and finance to improve efficiency, transparency, and service delivery. It involves building robust digital infrastructure, nurturing digital skills, and creating an enabling environment for startups and established businesses to thrive. Human-centered innovation emphasizes the designing solutions around the needs, the experiences, and aspirations of the people. It requires empathy, inclusivity, and cultural adaptation, ensuring that digital products and services are not only technologically sound, but also accessible and impactful for diverse communities across Africa. We'll have a guest who's joining us today, and he's joining us virtually. His name is Obafemi Victor. Obafemi Victor is a product designer and a digital transformation consultant with extensive experience in business user-centered digital solutions across Africa. He specializes in applying human-centered design principles to create products and services that are not only functional, but also tailored to the unique needs of African users. Over the years, he has collaborated with startups, corporations, and development organizations to drive innovation in fintech, in healthcare, in education, and e-governance. Obafemi is a passionate person, and he's passionate about bridging the gap between technology and people, advocating for inclusive design and helping African businesses thrive in the digital age. If you can hear me clearly, Obafemi, you are welcome to Just Africa Today.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me clearly.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us. Obafemi, now let's start. You are a product designer, and I am inclined to ask, what do you do before you go about designing products, most especially within the confines or the topic of what we are talking about today, digital? What do you do before you do that? And whilst you are designing that product, what do you have in mind? What's the goal you aim to achieve?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Yeah, so designing products, it's a bit like a journey. So you start from the process of discovery. Discovery when I mention that is discovering a particular problem that needs to be solved, right? It might be a simple problem such as trying to make transferring money via mobile applications very easy, or trying to automate a particular process. So from that, you start with, once you've identified the problem, you start with doing research and researching your customers, researching your potential users, people that you are going to be solving that problem for, right? So you can't just design a product whereby you don't have those users, you don't understand their needs. You really need to understand their pain points so you can design a solution that is usable for them, and in turn, as the users, they adopt this and create, and while adopting, yeah, you are able to like create value and also in turn make revenue, make income for businesses who want to scale and like stay in the process of doing business. So it's a journey. From that point, you do different things involved. From ideating, once you've understood the problem, you ideate, to learn about different methods where you can solve this particular problem. One of the ways you can do is to go via research. You go and speak to the users, user interviews, and yeah, there are so many things, right to the level of shipping your product. When I mention products, I'm talking about digital products right now. Could be your mobile applications, your website, and different softwares that's digital. So while doing this, you'll be able to understand the problems of the users, and at the end goal of this stage is to have a minimum viable product which you can test and receive feedback. So from that start to the end, it's actually a process that you continue getting feedback and redeveloping. So that's just like the process.
Great. So now let me ask you this. We are talking about driving digital transformation and the human-centered innovation in Africa. When we come to digital aspect of the conversation, it looks like most organizations are veering and giving priority to AI. How do you humanize it?
Right. So humanizing AI, artificial intelligence is built by man. Humans built artificial intelligence, and humans don't just stop at building; they also teach it. So at every point whereby you use artificial intelligence, you are inputting something. It's learning from you, and you are also in turn getting some responses which could be like helpful to you. It's collecting data, storing data that's not actually probably your private data or something like that. The data you impute, so it's storing all those sorts, right? So typically you putting in content, putting in words that could like help you and like make the process very smooth. It tends to learn from that experience and also giving you this human touch. When you see some artificial intelligence, they are so intelligent to even understand your local languages, to also understand your whatever you're doing. So in terms of digital transformation in this broader scope, because I know that's the like, purpose of this discussion, digital transformation typically involves you leveraging technology, of course, including artificial intelligence, which you mentioned, Internet of Things, robotics, and all sorts, to leverage those to help business processes and to help your growth, right? So in the center of this, we have humans, right? Humans are who we are developing these solutions for, and they are so needs to be considered in this process. So it's very important that humans are not left out in the process of digital transformation, whether it's human-centered design and all. So, right, humanizing it is really critical.
Great.
Thank you very much, Obafemi Victor, and we appreciate your time on this show so far. So, in tech development, digital innovations, transformations, and human-centeredness was one of the things we were having. I was asking my co-host Priye the question earlier on. Like you said, they are all designed for growth. Now, inclusion is very important. When we talk about tech, when we talk about development, when we talk about some of these things, most times we just think about the people in cities, people in urban places. Now, what is the level of inclusion? Because for people to grow, for people to be able to use this technology, these tools, they need a very deep knowledge about how the tools work. That is the only way it can help them grow. So, do you think the innovators, while designing these tools, while into this transformation, do they really have everyone in mind, or there are just set of people that they are designed for?
So, yeah, that's a good question. So, as an innovator, especially in digital transformation space, it's ideal you consider all levels of individuals while trying to innovate and while trying to begin a digital transformation process, right? Because first thing, as I mentioned earlier, you have to first of all understand your users, the target audience who you are designing for, and who you are like transforming for. You have to understand them deeply, and in doing that, you understand their level of technical adoption, their level of literacy, their even cultures, right? So you could understand these things. Helping you understand this will help you actually provide a solution that would not just be useful, it will be usable and it will be adopted, because once you identify the skill gap, the digital literacy level, and these other factors I mentioned will help you be able to not just innovate, be able to do something usable for your audience, right? So as a digital transformation person, someone trying to innovate, you need to really understand your users. Empathy is the word.
Okay, thank you very much. So I believe that there are some things that innovators need to check while they are designing this. Because I'm very passionate about everyone. I'm not just passionate about people in the city. I'm so concerned about people in rural places. And their inclusion when these things be designed is very, very important. What do you think innovators need to think about or they need to put in place for them to be able to develop or to carry out this transformation that we're talking about? An inclusive one, the one that includes everybody, not just thinking of some class of people and you feel these other persons, and then the growth will not be balanced. There will be a kind of imbalance in the society. So what do you think innovators need to consider when designing products?
Right. So you have to consider a lot of things, as I mentioned earlier, the factors, right? And most times you don't necessarily need to just copy a solution from a particular part of the world, and you just want to like dump it and feel this solution, because it works there, might probably work here, because they are different. As I said, even Nigeria is so diverse, the culture, and whatever level of digital literacy, right? Innovators need to understand that these users actually need what they actually need. That's just the keyword. These things, if I'm taking this solution to a place like, let's say, a rural area, I don't want to mention any name, like if you are even saying you want to design it, what is their level of digital literacy, right? Like, are they at that level? Are they even literate at all? Let's even start from there. Are they literate at all? And what is even the level of the digital literacy that they have? Do they even have? Are they supporting infrastructure in that environment that could help these innovations you are bringing up? Would it work with like? There's no lights, there's no adequate power supply, there is no like there's very poor internet, right? You need to understand these things before you think of trying to innovating and trying to bring a solution to people. You get, so you need to really put that into mind and understand that whatever you are doing is people at the center of it, right? It's people, it's process, and it's technology, but people are really at the center of digital transformation and whatever innovation you're bringing out. So you really need to understand them and learn what their needs are.
Great. Thank you very much, Obafemi Victor. Now, you just mentioned something quite significant, and that's about the availability of infrastructure actually limits the creator or those who are saddled with the responsibility of providing solutions by building and providing solutions. So now let's look at it. In education, there are problems all across Africa. In power, energy, problems all across Africa. In agriculture, we are saddled with lots of problems that we need solution builders and product designers like yourself to come in, build this product, make it available for Nigeria, and if you make it available for Nigeria, you've made it available for Africa, because we almost have the same or similar problems. How do you go about building this? And what I want to actually ask is that, what are the kind of products that you have built and probably sold to the communities or to the sector, to the areas that required it, and it's currently in use now? You can talk to us about it while responding to the question.
All right, so digital transformation especially, and designing, let's say designing products which are useful for individuals, like the ecosystem is quite broad. We have the agri-tech space, agricultural technology, we have the property technology, right? So we also have fintech. Fintech is like the most robust, where everybody seems to like wanting to jump into right now, right? We also have social. I don't think Nigeria has gotten to that level of having a social media platform which is indigenous to us, right? We still want to be in the X's, the Facebook, and all other platforms that built out there, right? So it's important to look at all these critical sectors also to help develop these sort of products that will help. But of course, businesses need to make money, and of course they'll go where the money is at. That's why I feel most people are going into fintechs, which is like the most robust and lucrative place, just like OPR, fintechs, and all. So, right, I work at the agri-tech space. So before that, I've contributed in products in fintech and a bit of property tech while I was doing freelancing and all. But currently, I work in the agri-tech space. I work with International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, which helps research knowledge Africa. I'm here in my own capacity. I'm not speaking for them, but there are some of these solutions built in-house with collaborations with different individuals, privates, public, government, and especially there's also one from Ogun State recently that just helps aggregate farmers and just collect data in one place, just help them to connect with everyone in the value chain. There are also different solutions, right, that are out there to just help research, to just boost the processes of agriculture, right? So I feel people need to expand and look at all these other aspects in the ecosystem where tech can help, and government needs to help in this case because people, of course, want to make money. There should be provision of funding, lot of funding that people can undergo go into these sectors without the fear of putting too much money and losing money, and of course upgrades infrastructures, which is really important. So they are different. The ecosystem is wide. Could go into different levels, right?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now, I am glad you just spoke about agriculture, and that's where you are currently domiciled, where we need to start looking at products with so many problems that Nigeria is experiencing, from the invasion of farmlands by herdsmen and their cows that goes to eat up the produce there. Let's start looking at how do we go about building products that can serve as security systems, or that can set an alarm if we have infiltration of those into farmlands. Now, if you look at it with that kind of scope, from that scope or from that lens, what do you think are the requirements or the kind of products that will sell now in the agricultural space, in the agricultural ecosystem, in the agri value chain?
Right. So you brought a brilliant suggestion, idea, right? So, of course, the challenges in the agricultural space, especially the farmers and leaders crisis, has been so enormous, right? And security is actually a very dicey place to want to go. So, technology is technology, right? Security is security. You have to still be on ground to do some things to actually stop whatever threats that might involve farming and in the agricultural space, right? So, but one thing I can suggest is probably looking at exploring the point of creating SOS, let's say SOS platforms, whereby you a system collects this data of recent crisis that's just happened in this part of this if it's a state, a locality, like okay, there's an attack here, there's been an attack here. So this helps, right, the security agencies to collect this data and see the hotspots of insecurity, especially in farmer sectors crisis. So they could see the patterns, right? Probably if the attacks, the violence happens in let's say frequently it happens like 4 p.m. to this social time. This helps security agencies to like collect this data and like act towards doing such, right? Helping, because as I said earlier, technology is technology. Securing my life is securing my lives, right? You still have to be on ground with this. You can't innovate. You can't use technology out of your way, like innovate out of insecurity. You can't. So you just have to do this to help you. And probably if it's really, really robust, it could be and it could be something that the security agencies can be on ground at that moment when stuff like that are happening, right? So, but it's also important to understand our users, right? Who are the users that will use those kind of products? Even do you want to do it? Are they like digital literate? Do they have the right infrastructure? Is internet very okay at that point? At their locality, right? So you have to consider all these factors before you build. It could not even be a mobile application. It could just be a let's say SMS solution, whatever it is, right? It's technology. We should also explore these categories to help us.
Thank you so much, Obafemi Victor. In fact, I love the fact that you mentioned some of the challenges already. Now, as much as transformation has done beautiful things in the agricultural sector, in medicine, in finance, that's fintech, you will also agree with me that people have trust issues when it comes to innovation and transformation tech generally. Reason being that due to failed apps, due to online scam, and so many other digital factors has made people to stay back and stay with the traditional method of doing things because they do not want to be disappointed. Some I know will never use the fintech to do any form of transactions. He tells you, pay me cash. Now, this is a serious issue, trust issue. So some persons don't even know the benefit, or they know, but they don't just want to accept it because of the challenges on ground. So how do we build this trust so that more people will start embracing these innovations, these transformations that are going on?
Right, thank you so much for that question, right? So while I will admit that this this is prevalent in even the most developed of countries, right, where there's cyber security challenges in terms of using technology, right? It's something that's also a factor, a problem in Nigeria. Also, it's something we need to really think and help as product developers and people in the tech space really need to put security at the core of whatever they are doing, right? In, for example, the fintech space, you need to be able to secure users' data. You should be able to understand that nobody should be able to have access to to their platforms, whether it's their banking app, for example. I always make reference of OP. OP released a feature recently where I think some months back where it's quite funny where you have to like you want to send a large amount of money and I don't know if you use OP, you would know what I'm talking about. They have to like use your facial gestures. You blink twice, you open your mouth, you do all these kinds of things, right? They brought it right. Why people felt it was problematic. It's actually a very brilliant way to curb these kinds of vices, right? I think there was a time I think last year that there was a challenge that someone killed a girl and used the person's face to transfer money. I think it gets just looking at the face ID or whatever. So these are ways where companies, and it's actually boils down to the businesses, companies, and these people that have digital products. You need to secure your users' data. You need to help them and help them not to make errors, right? Even though they are trying to, probably they are logging in from an unconventional location for the first time. Somebody that has always been in, let's say, Lagos, for example, and all of a sudden you see the person trying to log in from let's say one of the northern states. You should be able to probe and understand that, okay, are you sure you are the one, right? It might be annoying, but these are the things that helps security on these platforms, and also in turn builds trust of the products or the brand, right? So trust builds over time, right? You get people who always give feedbacks. Feedbacks might not come formally to you, but feedbacks might be from peer to peer. People will talk and people will tell you, don't use this product. It's going to be a problem for you. Don't use this mobile application. This bank app is messed up. So people will always people will always sing praises of brands that helps them and gotten trust over time, right? So as developers, as product people, we need to put this into consideration, and in turn, users are going to build trust.
All right. Thank you very much, Victor. So, I love the African culture. I love our music. I love our food. I love our style of dressing. I love the culture. We're not saying we have a perfect one, yes, but things are changing. And the African culture is very, very rich. Now, looking at the way transformation is taking place, looking at the way innovations are coming, certain things are being thrown away. For instance, in my place as a Deltan, there is this native pot we use in preparing our food, a particular soup, banga soup. Now, these days, nobody thinks about that. Everybody just says, okay, let's use the microwave. Let's use something better. Now, how can we shape these transformations, these innovations we're talking about now? How do we shape them in order for us not to lose our African values? In order for us not to lose our songs, to lose our storytelling, to lose our history? How do we shape all these to fit in instead of just copying the Western model?
Right. So we as indigenous Nigerians, and especially indigenous people in the tech space, and we need to, and governments, we need to understand that it's critical we preserve our history, our culture, and also not just preserve them, we need to put them out there by taking ownership of this, right? Everybody knows that pizza is eaten in America. Everybody eats pizza in America. It's like if they're telling you to talk about the origin of this, you know where it's tied to, right? So things like that, in bringing it down to digital transformation, it's important to build our own infrastructure. I think the Minister of Technology is doing brilliant in that aspect by having our own indigenous artificial intelligence system. So when you see things like this, you'll be able to probe and you get real facts. You understand these kinds of things, right? You store these, even though they are physical objects, like you mentioned. You'll be able to store these in ways people could access them. If it's people that would need to buy it, probably you've not seen it for years, you could get people that create this and put it online to, even though it's even the e-commerce space, even though they don't sell it, you could get people that does those kinds of things and encourage people to do such, right? And also having our own system whereby we have our own AI system, as I mentioned earlier. Like, I remember when artificial intelligence came out some years ago, people were saying that when you probe AI and you tell AI to give you a picture of a rich man, it gives you a white man. Then when you probe it, give you the picture of a poor man, it gives you a black man, right? So these are some of the biases that could come in artificial intelligence, especially generative AI, right? So if we don't ourselves build these things and tell our own stories, like preserve our own culture, people will do it for us. You get, and they might represent it in ways that we might not really like, right? Of course, and they can make biases with this sort of. I'm speaking regarding generative AI. There are so many biases that could come up from it. That's one of the downsides of artificial intelligence. Ways you can do what you said, right? Probably in terms of selling, preserving, and making it available for findings for even those people that are like going into historical people that want to just learn about history. They should be able to find it actually in whatever way, physical or via the internet, virtual, right?
All right. Thank you very much, Obafemi. Now, let's go on a break. By the time we return from this break, I need us to start talking about the digital market in Nigeria, the digital market in Africa, how much is worth financially, how we can scale it up within the continent of Africa. We're looking at Nigeria, looking at South Africa, looking at Nairobi, looking at Kenya, looking at Egypt. Look at the contributions of different African countries. Let's begin to estimate them financially and to see who's not only belling the card, but who has the required infrastructure in place to take the digital space to the next level. It's still Just Africa. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. We've been having a conversation with Obafemi Victor. He's a product designer and digital transformation consultant with extensive experience in building user-centered digital solutions across Africa. He specializes in applying human-centered design principles to create products and services that are not only functional but also tailored to the unique needs of African users. Many thanks for joining us once again, Obafemi Victor, and welcome back to the program. Now, before we're going to be talking about money. In the continent of Africa, majority of the startups are domiciled in Nigeria. And if we look at monetary-wise, the Nigerian digital space is estimated to worth about $22 billion in the year 2029, which is just about 4 years from now. $22 billion. It's not bad, but we can do better. And in the continent of Africa, Nigeria is seen to be belling the cart. And you spoke, when you were making references to some of the challenges that we face, you spoke about infrastructure. What sort of infrastructure do you think Nigeria and Africa can put in place in order for us to really be considered in the globe, to be in a laudable level where our digital economy is making progress without hindrance?
Yeah, thank you. That's actually a good question. I mean, we have to consider so many things. While I will speak for Nigeria and for Africa, right? So
yes.
we have to consider some factors if we actually want to do better. As I can't remember the figure you gave, right? We want to do better in terms of what tech ecosystem was, right? So there are so many great startups in Nigeria that have made great waves. Honorable mentions are Flutterwave, Paystack, Moneypoint, OP, right? Those are like domiciled in the fintech space. Those have like made great strides and they are worth millions, billions of dollars currently, right? So even in Africa, there are like greater startups also, like from South Africa, from some other parts of the African countries, right? But one thing we need to really put in mind, especially this falls on the government, we need to improve our infrastructure if we want to compete, if we want to do better than what we are doing. For Nigeria, for example, we need to at least it's important to have adequate power supply. Like it's very appalling that at this level we are still struggling with something like that. And adequate power supply, not just there's light in Abuja, there's light in Lagos, right? What about the rural areas, right? We need to really put that in mind and upgrade our infrastructures. What is our internet speed? Nigeria is not top 5 in Africa when it comes to internet speed, sadly. I think Egypt is number 1, Kenya and some other countries, but Nigeria is not top 5 when it comes to internet speed. So we can't compete with people that has super fast internet. You can't compete with them because you are just going to, it's just basic, you are going to lag behind, right? So internet, electricity, and access, and even our storage. Where do we store information? Like where do we store our data? Where is the server, right? It might shock you to know that most of the African tech startups, right, still depends on AWS services and others to store data, which is far away in US. So by Amazon and all, like we don't actually have. So what happens if there is a disaster, or maybe there's a trade war, or there's something that happens that we can't have access to the data we're storing. That means our whole ecosystem will be down. I'm not sure we have some indigenous, I really doubt we have indigenous storage, especially server in Nigeria that you could depend on. And again, these things are interconnected, because you can't be depending on a server system that's, because of electricity, it is down and you can't access it at a particular time. So imagine you want to do something via your mobile application backend, and you're clicking a button and it's not responding. You just keep clicking because of the way you hosted, and whatever you're hosting is it's down because there's no light, right? Or the internet is down or something, right? Even I think there was one time we had issues with MTN, where there was a war in Israel, that's the cable that travels is via the Pacific Ocean or something like that, was blown, and we have issues. Africa as a whole need to understand and try to put these things in place. Let's solve the basics: electricity, internet, and some of these other things I mentioned, right? Our storage servers. Let's own our data. Let's be able to access it whenever we want. Let's not depend on people to always store our information for us, right? So I think those are the factors.
All right, thank you very much for your time. So, for me, this is my last question, my final question. So, many people are scared that they will lose their jobs due to the innovation and transformation that is going on now. But when we ask people like you who are in that field, you always tell us no. So I'll give an instance. These days, people don't want to go to the photo studio anymore to go do photo shoots. They just want to pay someone who will do some AI design, give you some nice body and the likes. But you also agree with me that the moment that is done, a photographer has actually lost a client. That money is not paid to the photographer anymore. Or if I have the knowledge of how to design and just to do my AI stuff, and on my birthday, I put those pictures out there. Do you really think that with these innovations and transformations we are having these days, that many people will really, really not lose their jobs?
So let me approach this question in this way, right? People that will lose their jobs are people that don't adapt with artificial intelligence. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. It's here, and I don't think it's leaving anytime soon. In fact, it's going crazier these days, like strengthening different rules. You can see, not even photography, like videography. People can easily, with prompts, and bring out a whole movie, right, without even needing services of some of um, these individuals we talked about, right? So people need to learn to evolve. People need to understand that times are changing, and you should change with times, right? You should find a way. AI is there to help us. Artificial intelligence. Find a way to inculcate artificial intelligence into your operations, right? Such that you are doing something using AI and delivering something valuable with the human touch. Whatever artificial intelligence is, artificial intelligence can never be human. Artificial intelligence do not have empathy. It's garbage in, garbage out, right? That human touch is still needed at some point, right? You still need to adapt, look for ways. That's why it's good to understand and learn about these emerging technologies and see how you can evolve with it, right? People evolve, like typewriters and computers, right? People just learn how to use this. Just learn how to use it. You'll find the value. In fact, it's creating new jobs also, and these jobs are there for the taking. You need to just find a way to figure out. Don't just stay stuck to where you are. Try to evolve. That's what I tell people. Because the only people that lose their jobs, yeah, are people that do not adapt. Yeah.
Talking about evolving, many people feel that it is quite expensive or too expensive to go into some of those things before you get the app for it, before you get maybe a system for it. And so many people most times consider the cost of going into this. Yes, everybody wants to evolve. Nobody wants to remain static. So when it comes to the cost, the involvement, the money and all that, what do you think people can actually do? Or can innovators, people creating this app, these tools, can they make it affordable for people to have access to them? I think that should boost the involvement we're talking about.
So I think this is like a surface level problem we are talking about, right? But it's quite deeper than that, right? In Africa, especially Nigeria, we need to solve this issue of poverty. I would say poverty is endemic. Or is it endemic, right? I don't know which was the right word to use, because there's no way people that are innovating and people that are creating solutions, those are business, like they are business minded, and of course they would want to make money. They would want to get like value for their investments. So it's just important that we try to solve the issues of poverty, issue of unemployment, an issue of closing the skill gap, because you can't say these things are very pricey and you need to drop them down, because of course people just want to, I don't know, people really need to make their money back. If I'm saying that, the government needs to understand that we should have jobs where people would make money, make the economy adequately equipped, whereby people could be able to just get adequate jobs that will in turn make them to be able to look at in the world ranking. If we're ranking, there was a time Nigeria slipped to being the poverty capital of the world, right? So it's something that that happened at that point, which is it's a very sad situation. But we need to start learning, especially government in the private space. We need to start learning how to help so people can be able to afford these technologies. In turn, the economy will began to grow, and in turn, like the transformation impact will be it to show actually, because people will be able to adopt the solutions and use them, right? So I think that's just what I can say about that.
All right. Thank you so much, Victor Obafemi. Now, it's time for us to go. However, before we go, I need you to attend to this question in 2 minutes so that we can go to our next conversation. I hope you can hear me, Victor, clearly. Now, in the previous question I asked you, I was talking about infrastructure, which is one of the things that you referenced as part of what Africa and Nigeria does not really currently have, that should contribute to our digital space, our digital economy. I want to reel out a few data to you so that you can respond to the question. In mobile money market, Africa accounts for about 70% of the world's mobile money market, reaching a value of $701 billion in the year 2021. In the case of Nigeria, digital payment in Nigeria, digital payment transactions in Nigeria rose to about an estimated $470 billion in the year 2023, showcasing the rapid growth in the sector. And investment in startups in 2021 for Africa tech startups, we had about $2.15 billion in investment. And I can keep going on and on. And yet, we do not have all the required infrastructure in place. What did you think we did differently, actually? What did Africa and Nigeria did differently that when we talk about mobile money transactions in the globe, we are talking about $700+ billion. What do you think we did differently? And if there is a space that we can replicate it in the next 5 years, we will be bailing the cat in the world. Just 2 minutes, please.
Right. So while that data might sound very interesting, you need to like probe and get insight, right? So Nigeria has an advantage of populations, right? You need to consider that aspect, right? It depends on the percentage of people actually doing very well using the mobile money, for example, and the volume at the same time. So if it's an African country which is 50 million in population, and let's say 20 million people are involved, and Nigeria, which is 200 million and has just 50 million, you could see that we actually still have a long way to go, right? So I feel government still boils down to government and private businesses and individuals who want to take the opportunity to go into this space and just help raise this infrastructure level and make doing business and helping us, putting us in the global space to being one of the tech giants, not just in Africa, Nigeria, in the world, right? So this is one of those things we need to really consider.
Thank you so much, Victor Obafemi. He is a product designer and digital transformation consultant with extensive experience in building user-centered digital solutions across the continent of Africa. He specializes in applying human-centered design principles to create jobs and services that are not only functional in the tech space, but are tailored to the unique needs of Africans. Thank you so much for your time with us today. It's been a delight having this conversation with you, Victor Obafemi.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity given and look forward to more. Thank you.
Great. We look forward to having you some other time. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
All right, and you too.
Yep. Now, in part 2 of our conversation, we'll be looking at Africa's greatest asset. Is it in oil? Is it in minerals? Or is it in the vast arable land that we have? It is the people, I was told. Particularly, it's the youth, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. Africa stands at the crossroads of massive demographic opportunity. But the continent is also facing a crisis: high unemployment, underemployment, and a mismatch between the skills young people acquire and the jobs available in the market. The future of Africa depends on how well it can leverage skills to create meaningful careers and jobs. Beyond simply educating young people, it requires equipping them with the relevant, practical, and future-focused skills that align with the market needs. Technological change and global competitiveness is required. Careers must be more than just jobs. They must be the pathways to economic empowerment, innovation, and development. Our next conversation is about building a skills-to-jobs pipeline that connects education, training, industry, and entrepreneurship, ensuring that African youth can drive the continent's growth in the 21st century. But that will be after this break. Do stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. So our conversation is based on career and skills, leveraging skills for Africa's future through careers and job creation. I know our guest is standing by and we are receiving our guest now. Yes, Omivi.
Yeah, very important. I think we have to move away from paper certificates.
Okay.
We have done the theoretical work. We have gone to school, we've done a lot. But right now, we have to actually leverage on skills. We have to do more than talking. We have to learn things. We have to build careers. Now, the world has it that Africa has the largest youth population in the world. But you also agree with me that most of our youth are running away because it is either they do not have the skills or the skills are mismatched, or we just do certificate thing. But with this conversation we are having right now, we need to really understand how we can merge this together, because there is not how you want to do it. You cannot throw the importance of education away. So skills, just going to learn the skill may not be enough. A little education, like maybe the 4 walls of a classroom, or having a deeper knowledge of what you're learning is very important as well. So it is something we should talk about, really.
Great. And I'm glad we are having an engineer joining us on the program, Engineer Bamidele Idris. Bamidele Idris is a lead project engineer at the Procter & Gamble UK with extensive expertise in engineering design, project management, and leadership. Beyond his corporate role, he is the founder of Get Jobs Nigeria, a platform dedicated to connecting Nigerian youths with career opportunities, mentoring, and employability resources. He's passionate about youth empowerment and skills development. Engineer Idris works at the intersection of industry and social impact, bridging the gap between talent and opportunity. His mission is to inspire and equip African youth's population with the skills and mindset mindset is very important. The mindset that is needed to create meaningful careers and sustainable jobs for the future engineer. Bamidele, you are welcome. Many thanks for joining us on the program.
Thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given me to talk on this pressing discussion that all of us are talking about concerning Nigeria.
And Engineer Bamidele, we are going beyond the shores of Nigeria, because if you talk about Nigeria, then you are talking about Africa, because Nigeria is the biggest black nation in the world. Now let's get into our conversation. Your experience is vast. I think it's both local and international. There seems to be a mismatch when we talk about education and the required skill that Nigeria or African youth should possess in order for them to tackle the economic realities that is bedeviling the continent. What are the gaps from your experience you have identified?
When I was about establishing Get Jobs, some of the things that I observed was, like you said, the mismatch. Thousands of graduates, are out there, but the challenge is employers are saying we can't find the right talent. Do you know, some months ago, there was a particular job that was posted by a friend of mine, requesting for a particular talent. And do you know that for 2-3 months, we wouldn't get the right talent? And it shows that there is a gap there. And the gap, which I see, based on my experience, has to do with mentorship. And based on this, I actually wanted to replicate this mentorship program. And those are some of the reasons I started the platform Get Jobs, just to ensure that that mentorship gap is breached so that we could have talent abound. And why we just started as a job sharing platform where opportunities were shared. And today, it has grown into an ecosystem of opportunities, mentoring, and also skill building all across Nigeria and also Europe. Currently, we're boasting of close to about 2,000 job opportunities that have been shared and also taken so far. And that's the whole idea of Get Jobs.
Okay. Now, I want us to, let's be specific and hit it on the head. Tech is being bandied all around. Agriculture is being bandied all around. Education, we're talking about infrastructure. Sometimes the previous guest we just finished having is talking about Nigeria having their own, where they save their data. Most of the organizations in Nigeria, including government, we don't have it's not domiciled here in the country. Sometimes it's domiciled in Western countries. And we're told that the skills that is required for us to build such system, to operate, maintain such systems, we don't currently possess it. It's possessed by Indians. It's possessed by Chinese citizens. So those organizations don't want to even establish their presence here. I know we are talking about the macro level and it's quite huge, but how can we access it and localize it?
Yeah, one of the things that I've observed, which, what you're saying is linked to brain drain. And the reason for brain drain, which has an adverse effect based on what you're saying, has to do with enabling environments. If the environment is not enabling enough, local talents will, leave that environment. For instance, I know that there was a time there was a genesis of talents, and they were being taken by top shots. If you go around all the universities today and all the polytechnics today, you will find out most of the best students that they have that graduate from that school go and find out where they are in the next 3, 4, 5 years. Almost all of them have gone for postgraduates in America, in Canada, in UK, in different parts of the world. And why is this? We need to create that enabling environment and harness all these talents together. And I know that currently, this is one of the policies that the current government is trying to encourage. However, the issue of insecurity is there. You need to think about that. And even the foreigners that you've mentioned that are actually taking over these opportunities, you need to find out really about them. Are they really comfortable in the locations that they are? In the major cities where you have, large influx of foreigners, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, that River State, those areas are relatively secured. However, in the hinterlands, um, the security is also not guaranteed. Currently, we have so much insecurity issues that is actually making people uncomfortable staying in those zones. So because of that, talents are scarce. That's one of the major reasons that you have scarce talents in the country.
Very much, Bamidele Idris, and we appreciate your time on the show right now. Okay, so you started by saying that most graduates, when they come out of job, employers always say that the talents they're looking for, they don't often get it. So if we are having problem with getting the right talents, and after spending years in the university, do you still think that there is need for us to still be focusing, our parents to still be focusing so much? You must go to school and have a BSc or HND, have your master's, and at the end of the day, an employer is telling you you do not have the required talent. Don't you think that is a waste of time?
I wouldn't say it is a waste of time. The truth is this: certificates open doors, but skills keep them open. That's just the summary. Employers care about problem solving and adaptability. There are several jobs that before you can access them, the first thing is, where is your certificate? You understand my point? So, how I see it is, first, even before you bag that certificate, 5 years in the higher institution, there are several things that you can acquire within that 5 years. And that is why I tell a lot of people that don't let the school pass through you. Try and pass through the higher institution. There are so many opportunities today that we didn't have back in the days. The internet was like luxury back then. In fact, there was even no internet compared to now. However, there are opportunities that people that are passing through school, whether polytechnic, whether colleges of education, whether university, there are so many things that you can acquire now whilst you are still, engaged in your course. And that is where mentorship leverage comes in. You understand? If you're having a mentor, the mentor will be able to guide you on the skills to acquire. Do you know that in developed countries, America, in the UK, apprenticeship is actually more encouraged than people going to high institutions? I see people straight from secondary school, they engage in apprenticeship at a very tender age of about 17. They start apprenticeship. And whilst their counterparts in Nigeria, the parents are pushing them enter into the university straight from secondary school, the counterparts in other developed countries are saying start apprenticeship immediately you finish. Now, the person in Nigeria, the student in Nigeria, spent 5 years of a curriculum that has not been tuned to the realities of life. However, somebody that starts apprenticeship, was already tuned to realities of life. So that is the difference if you juxtapose the two of them together. At the end of the day, who comes out best? The person that started with apprenticeship comes out best. Is also a form of school. So if you now compare the two of them together, if two of them go to job interviews together, the person that has gone through 5 years of high universities in Nigeria will not even understand what the person that has gone through 5 years of apprenticeship is actually saying. And that is why we are encouraging universities to try and change their curriculum to suit the times. A lot of curriculums in the university and polytechnics are not matching with what is ongoing in reality.
All right, thank you very much. I have so many questions concerning mentorship, the school curriculum, and at the same time, the skills acquisition. But I want to ask about the skill acquisition. In Nigeria and in Africa generally, some of these skills are mostly looked down on. For instance, a tailor is just considered as someone who was unable to do well in school. And so, as such, the person just have to do something for survival. The carpenter, those who go into carpentry, those who do certain jobs like that, the plumbing work. Because even some parents don't even see beyond maybe the immediate environment, or the person himself doesn't even see beyond, does not even see that skills as something that he can leverage on for his entire life. Now, how do we change this mindset of seeing skills as just one of those, as option B, plan B, in case I do not get a white-collar job, I can just use it for survival, pending when something bigger comes. How do we change that mindset?
Now, a lot of things have really spoiled. It's, for instance, everybody wants to do a fraudster. Everybody wants to be a scammer, especially the young ones. It's so common now. And those are not encouraging attributes. However, if you look closely, I think we need to start encouraging critical thinking amongst our youths, and that is where people like me, and that is where so many other people, so many other groups come into play. For instance, what we do at Get Jobs is we have sets of mentors that have experienced it all, and we've created a forum whereby they would identify people in high institutions, in polytechnics, and also have a set of engagement, probably 3 months session with some of these our young ones. And what we do is basically having a structured session whereby we encourage them to be more of practical. Now, you mentioned the white collar job. Gone are the days whereby people are thinking of just banking. I want to enter into a bank. I want to enter into an oil company. Those things are eroding. And if you look at some of the youths, it is not all of them that are in the negative side. For instance, look at our artists. Do you know that today our artists are one of the best artists in the world? Now, for instance, if you go to parties, let's say in the early 80s, if you were going to maybe any engagement in the early 80s, the kind of music they play, it's always American music, always European music. But go to any engagement today, you only listen to Nigerian songs. And you can see that the trend is changing. Now, we can say, gone are the days that a parent will tell the child that, please, I don't want you to go and sing. I don't want you to go and play football. I don't want you to go and do this. I think because of people that have been successful, in their various careers, things are changing. It's not as bad as it was before. So the success that these people have shown, it's actually one of those things encouraging some of the youths. However, we still need to do more. And also, the government itself needs to establish management centers and also technical centers. We need to encourage polytechnics. We need to encourage colleges of education to actually maximize what they were established for.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad in 2 occasions you have referenced that we need to review education curriculum in Nigeria and in Africa. And just recently, before you stopped talking, you made references to the Nigerian polytechnics, the Nigerian colleges of education, the monotechnics, because these are centers that the government, through an act of parliament, had established in order to equip Nigerians. And of course, if we look at the broader picture, Africans, for them to be tooled, equipped, so that they can fill into these spaces. In America or in the UK or in Germany, these skills are given priority, and they constitute a larger chunk of the drivers of the economy, the informal sector, to the extent that being a plumber over there in Germany, or being an hairdresser over there in Canada, you earn a lot of money. People make their hair for as much as $300, $350 in Canada, or $150, $200, as the case may be. So, is it because they have a structural representation of the polytechnics and monotechnics that we have in Nigeria over there, and they were taught for quite a number of time before they came out to start practicing? Or is it because the system provides an enabling environment? What's your impression about all of that?
Yes, it's actually like a peak of the first one you mentioned, and also a peak from the second one you mentioned. So it is not just one. Firstly, there's an enabling environment. There is a culture. Also, it has to do with culture, enabling environment, government policy, the drive also. Let me give you an instance. How many people today in Nigeria pay taxes? Have that at the back of your mind. Secondly, what does the culture encourage in Nigeria of today? An average teenager, 17-year-old, 18-year-old, that just finished probably higher institution, the next minute you see this person driving the latest cars, and you begin to wonder, what business is this person doing to afford this expensive car? Now, those are the things that in developed countries are not really encouraged. Before you can buy an expensive car, the tax people will come, and you can't even afford it because the insurance is there. The insurance is going to drill you. Not only insurance, the police is going to like park and ask, what is your income in every month? So that's the cultural aspect. Then the enabling aspect, what is the policy, the government policy regarding all these skills acquisitions? How many polytechnics in Nigeria today, like I said, are really following the trend? I know that technological advancement is coming up, and I mentioned in an interview I had earlier today about obsolescence. How have we, as a polity, how have we advanced? How have we encouraged the youth to actually go with the times? You see somebody that is graduating from the university today in Nigeria that doesn't know how to use AutoCAD as an engineer. You see somebody that's graduating from a university today that has not touched a computer before. And these are the things that we see on a daily basis. And there's no way a country can move forward if the budget allocated for education is about the least. Comparison, you will see that most economies that are doing very well today, go and look at how much they've allocated in terms of education. The allocation is almost the massive, is almost the highest education. So a country that doesn't encourage literacy, then there will be problem. What is the literacy level in Nigeria today? What is the literacy level in America? What is the literacy level in Canada? What is the literacy level in other developed countries? So those are the yardsticks that we need to measure all this.
Okay. Now, this is my other question. In Nigeria and in most African countries, the informal sector also is a driver of the economy. In fact, according to reports, they seem to absorb lots of unemployed people into their space because it is the space where the informal sort of businesses that actually requires skills to prevail, to drive, to be productive in. And so the question is, how can entrepreneurs and SMEs become stronger vehicles for job creation?
Yes. SMEs are actually, the informal sector, like you said, are the major drivers of employment. And one of the reasons is just like the local government. The local government is the closest to the people in terms of hierarchy. So the SMEs are like the closest to the employment market compared to the white collar jobs. And it is because, in terms of their requirement are not as stringent as the formal sector. And those are the ones that actually develop the more skills. For instance, when I finished my secondary school, the first thing I did was I went to a local SME just by the roadside. And what I went to do there, I went to acquire technical skills, learning how to use the lathe machine, learning how to work on milling machines. And that is an SME. So if people also have interest, is a two-way thing. The SMEs are there uh, to drive productivity and drive employment. And also, there's also the interest aspect. If the people that are supposed to be driven are not ready to be driven, that is another issue. And that is where the culture and influence of the mentors and also the family unit comes into play. So by the time SMEs come and also want to drive all this, it's going to be easier. At the end of the day, the SMEs also are not encouraged. And why are they not encouraged? Incentives. A farmer that wants to employ apprentices has issues because he's not incentivized. The issue of power is there. We're talking of government policies. Now, do you know how many times people have issue with power that in fact, most of the business SMEs right now, the major part of their production is spending money on power generation, because without power generation, how do you want to be productive? So those are the problems beleaguering these SMEs. So it's both ways. However, I would not say that because government is not incentivizing them or encouraging them, they should not do their own bit. They are doing their own bit, but at the same time, interest should also be there.
All right, thank you very much, Bamidele Idris. So, earlier on, I told you that I have some questions when it comes to the Nigerian curriculum. Recently, very, very recently, I think as the session is resuming now, just resumed last month, the curriculum, the secondary school curriculum was reviewed, and entrepreneurship or skill acquisition and entrepreneurship studies was added to the school curriculum. Because we were talking about polytechnics, if they are moving with a recent trend. Now, you also agree with me that here in Nigeria, in Africa, we do more of theoretical work in schools than the practical. Now, bringing this into the curriculum right now, we'll be having vocational studies like home economics and agricultural studies. And meanwhile, we still suffer food insecurity or food scarcity and insecurity in Africa. Bringing in skill acquisition and all that right now. Do you see this review solving the problem of lack of skills, or it is just another paperwork?
The truth is that there is this adage I normally hear from people around that culture will eat strategy for breakfast. Culture will eat strategy for breakfast. No matter how structured or no matter the policy you bring into play, if the mindset is not changed, things will continue to be the same way. There's no way you can continue to do something the same way and expect a different result. How do I mean? For instance, you mentioned there's food insecurity. What are the factors that affect food insecurity in Africa? 1, poverty. 2, insecurity. 3, enabling environment. Culture, for instance, people still believe that because we have been farming this particular way, nobody can bring in any other type of any method of farming that we can accept. So that mindset needs to be changed. Then also, I mentioned insecurity. I know that Benue used to be like the basket of the nation. I remember those days that we used to, encourage Benue yam. Everybody is always looking after Benue yam. I want to eat yam from Benue. And you know how that yam used to be 15, 20 years ago. Those are things that you bring home and you are happy. They used to be massive. What is the state of the Middle Belt today? Me and you know. What is the state of the northeastern part of Nigeria today? Few days ago, we know what happened in Kwara State. Few days ago, we know what happened in Benue State. And these are the challenges that we are facing as a country. So insecurity needs to be tackled. The cultural mindset needs to be tackled. National Orientation Agency, where are they today? I know there are sometimes they bring up some messages, but national orientation, I used to know some ages ago, they were the one driving this and ensuring that people are, moving with the times and they understand what is happening. So the curriculum is also challenged. And how can we improve that curriculum? Firstly, improving the welfare of people that are even supposed to mentor and also teach people, all these skills. How much does an average lecturer earn? How much does an average professor in Nigeria earn? Go and find out. Make that comparison with how much a senator, or I'm even going too far. How much does a councillor earn in Nigeria today? And these are the things that people see and they don't really want to put in their best in mentoring because they know that at the end of the day, their reward is not here. People say that the reward of teacher is in heaven, but it should be here if the government enables it. So all these things are the things impeding the progress. So fine, they've put entrepreneurship as part of the curriculum, but who is there to teach them? Are those teachers that are going to teach entrepreneurship, are they properly kitted? Are they properly trained also before they can pass the knowledge? So those are issues that we need to look at.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Engineer Bamidele Idris. Our conversation today had been leveraging skills for Africa's future through careers and job creation. And we've been speaking with Engineer Bamidele Idris. He's a lead project engineer at Procter & Gamble, the UK, with extensive expertise in engineering design, project management, and leadership. Beyond his corporate role, he is the founder of Get Jobs Nigeria, a platform dedicated to connecting Nigerian youth with career opportunities, mentorship, and employability resources. He's passionate about youth empowerment and skills development. Engineer Idris works at the intersection of industry and social impact, who bridges the gap between talent and opportunity. Thank you so much for your time, Engineer Bamidele Idris. It's been fantastic having you today on Just Africa.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Great. We look forward to having you next time.
And same here.
Great. And this is a good place for us to draw the curtain today, being Friday in Just Africa. Many thanks for watching to our viewers, and also thanks to our first guest, Obafemi, who also joined us virtually. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. Next week, it's another time for us to have robust and productive conversation in Just Africa. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
And thank you very much for joining us today. I am Omevi Idolor.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souk Enlightenment.
we're also confident that whoever eventually has that responsibility will be responsible enough to know that the sole purpose of why they have been appointed and given that important role is to protect taxpayers' rights. So we do not think that you raise an issue and people will then ignore it under the structure that has been created. For the Tax Appeal Tribunal?
Yes, please. The Tax Appeal Tribunal, the rules guiding the tribunal, the procedures, recognizes the fact that taxes are paid yearly. So there's a need to resolve tax issues as quickly as possible. And so tax matters that come to the tribunal are expected to be resolved within a period of 6 months. If you go to the regular courts, it can take some time. And that's why the tribunal is there, is cheap, is easier, and we're allowed to use rules to mediate to ensure that these issues are resolved very quickly. So any matter before the tribunal doesn't take time.
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Perpetua Fasami-Peter from New Central. Actually, 2 of the questions I had in mind have been answered, but this is a personal one. I just want to understand. Okay, so I used to have LIRS tax ID, but on the 22nd of September, I got an email from noreply@jtb.gov.ng telling me, please find here your new taxpayer identification number. Then it goes on to give me the number. Does that nullify my LIRS tax ID? Is it in line with the tax identification you're talking about? That's what I want to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, you're already a privileged taxpayer, so you're ahead of so many people. So you know what we said is we want to get a point where we do away with all the multiple tax numbers and just have one. So that harmonized one is being done by the Joint Tax Board because they're the one who cut across. So you're already ahead. So many people would experience what you're experiencing now, where they replace the existing number with a national one. The reason why the process is still a bit slow is because not all the internal revenue services across the states have developed their system to speak to the new centralized one. So Lagos clearly is ahead of many states. So nothing to worry about. You should actually be, you are a precious taxpayer to them.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shola Bello, publisher of Business Standards. Your effort is commended. All that your committee is doing is welcomed by a lot of us because we also go to other clients to see what development is like. However, I'm worried. I'm worried in the sense that I'm eager to pay my tax, but do you have anything that will link the tax payment to development?
You know, we had a session in Abuja for the organized private sector. We had one in Lagos. We had another one in Abuja. And a gentleman came and said to me that I didn't even know that people can export kilishi. He's exporting kilishi to more than 40 countries. He's running a business where he's doing very well. And he said he never paid tax before, that he used his money to send about 6,000 kids to school in his community. And he said after he listened to us, he decided that he would be paying taxes. So he came and asked the question you asked now and said, can I give the assurance that when he pays, government will use it to take care of the kids? Even me, I couldn't answer that. But that's the destination we must get to. There is no way we can say it's okay that governments, will not spend our money well, so let's not pay. That's giving up on our country. The only option is we pay and we hold government to account. In these new tax reform laws, you will see provisions all over the place trying to hold government to account. But the law themselves will not implement themselves. So we have to take steps. And that could be huge, triggering requests for information. I know sometimes they ignore those things. And I've said also that there are some organizations like budgets. I'm a big fan of budgets. Budgets will go to local government and do video and take picture and say, this project has been repeated 10 times. This one, it's a lie. It is not this person that did it. But Nigerians are not paying attention. You see some of their posts, 15 likes, right? if we can educate ourselves and put pressure, politicians respond to numbers. If they see a million people tweeting, they will address the issue. So I believe that the process and the journey now is starting. We just need to sustain it so that when we pay, government use it for our purposes. It is far cheaper for 1 million households to pay tax and get electricity than for 1 million households to buy generator and fuel it.
Add, sir, and that I'm excited with all the debates around the tax laws. I'm sure if you look back, there has never been a time in Nigeria that we have had this kind of interest in tax. The various finance acts that we enact every year from 2018, 19, 20, it just comes out and people report on it, no debates. But in this case now, there's this huge debate that is going on. We're here. So, and I believe that now, with all the amount of information and interest of people will now start asking questions. What are we doing with this money? Because our committee, we have done the job, we have everything, we're passing over to the people we will implement. But now, the press will now start asking, 1 year after, okay, all this money, what happened? And that's what the chairman was alluding to. So there's a lot of interest now. So I will wait for you to sustain that interest over the coming years about what government is doing with the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
But you asked a question before.
No, I've not asked before.
Okay. All right, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the insightful session. My name is Ukamaka Syriakus. I'm an economist. My question is on the new capital gains tax, particularly regarding its impact on entrepreneurship and investment. So on the new capital gains tax, I understand the need to balance and align it with the personal income tax rate to encourage people to be more productive with their capital, venture into entrepreneurship and create jobs, right, rather than rely on solely on passive investments. However, this increase in the CGT could also discourage entrepreneurship and investments because it raises cost of capital, it risks capital flight to other African cities with a lower capital gains tax, like maybe Kenya, even South Africa and Ghana. They have less capital gains tax. And it may also increase borrowing costs for businesses. So I'm wondering, right, to ensure a fair policy balance, are there any special capital gains tax rates or thresholds that are planned for, say, startups, MSMEs, and long-term investors to cushion this effect? And then a related question also, what transitional or grandfathering rules exist for exits or disposals that span the law change, say people who maybe purchased assets or made some investments that were acquired before June 2025 when this law was enacted? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your question about the capital gains tax and the impact on businesses, cost of funding. Maybe just to explain it. The capital gains tax we're talking about here is capital gains tax that apply to some assets, just a few of them. It's mostly land and building. And then to shares when you sell them. For a company, if they sell their own shares and they sell it 1 million times and they sell 1 billion naira or 200 billion naira, they don't have any capital gains tax to pay. So it's not a tax on the business. It's only the investor. If an investor wants to exit, they have shares they bought at a certain amount, 10 naira, they want to sell it, and they sell it at, say, 12 naira, 15 naira. They could even sell it at 9 naira. This tax law says if that seller is selling not more than 150 million naira in a year, they will not pay tax, which means 99.99% of people in the stock market will not worry about this tax because they don't even have how many people sell 150 million naira in a year. Now, the people who sell more than that are seen to be people who are wealthy. And because we want the tax system to be progressive, we say they should pay. But if they don't want to pay, there's another provision that says when they sell, they should use it to buy another share in the Nigerian capital market. So you can keep reinvesting it and not have to pay the tax. So that anytime you sell only enough that will not make you cross the threshold to pay tax. And for businesses, when they reorganize, you move one company to another one, you mark them together, all of those are exempted. So the people that are likely to be impacted are the institutional investors like PFAs are also exempted. They're not paying, even if they sell 200 billion naira. So the few investors that will be impacted are the foreign investors who maybe brought dollars, buy shares in the capital market, and they want to take their money out. So they usually do more than 150 million naira. So for them, they will pay the tax if they haven't reinvested. But guess what? If they don't pay the tax in Nigeria, they will pay the tax in their home country. So when we ask them to pay in Nigeria, for many of them, it's not even an additional tax. For example, I was speaking to some of the investors in London recently. Nigeria has a double tax treaty with the UK. When they pay all that tax in Nigeria, they get the full credit in the UK. So we don't think that investors decide to invest or not to invest because of the exit tax. They will look at the entire gamut of taxes and returns. When I invest, how profitable would that company be? If the company is made profitable by the tax reform, then the value of my shares goes up. You can see the capital market in the past 2 years alone. That's more than doubled, right? So if I invested 1 million and it's now worth 2 million, and I'm exiting and they collect 25% on the 1 million, I'm still better off. I have 750 left. So I think the potential for growth and the potential for any risk-adjusted return that is attractive and competitive is going to be the key driver. And by the way, it's not like we increase the rate. We just harmonize it with income tax rates. For some taxpayers, it means 0%. For some taxpayers, it means 25%, and something in between. Okay, and then you raised the question about what about, what they did before this new tax law? What are we going to do about that? There's nothing specifically stated in the law about what happens before the new laws. We're working on the regulations and guidelines, and this is where we also need input from stakeholders. So if we see compelling reasons, we always love data, like analyze why this is, not fair or why it's fair. And then, committee members, if you attend any of our meeting, you think we're in the university with very serious practicals, we will take flip charts and be analyzing and argue. At the end of the day, we try to make our decision in the best interest of the country. Yes, we're open to receiving suggestions. We'll also share with you, there's a link. We actually have created a survey for this implementation where you can give us your input and recommendations. So we share that with you as well. You can fill it, you can share with other people as well to share their inputs, because that way we're able to collate, because whatever you say now, we try to note it down, but we may not be able to remember to take it forward. When you put it in that form, we capture it and work on it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chamaka from Tax Matters. I must applaud the committee for the job well done. Some of my questions has already been asked, but I just want to know, with regards to getting agencies and organizations and some of the stakeholders in working with silos, I want to know, because this really goes down to the people on the grassroots, would there be measures, or are there measures in place to see that those who will really work against what the provision or the reforms already has been put in place to do will be maybe something like a penalty? I just want to, because if there are no penalties at times, some people may get away with some things and feel, okay, the way we have TAUs collecting taxes in the past, that's okay, I can do this and I can do it and I'm free. Nothing happens. Is there anything like a penalty or anything put in place to ensure that such doesn't repeat itself?
All right. So if I can just plead for us to finish in the next 6 minutes. So if you have any questions, just keep it brief. And let's try and wrap up. It's already past 2. Our plan was to finish at 2 o'clock. And there are people online as well. Okay. So to your question, yes, we are working with the implementing agencies. We spent 2 days about 2 weeks ago with the Joint Task Board, and there's not a single person there who was not in support of the reform. So we don't think that the agencies will sabotage the process. But even if any agency wants to sabotage the process, we already have the framework to deal with that, because nobody owns any agency. At the end of the day, Mr. President or whoever appointed them can make a decision if they are coming in the way of our collective progress.
Nigeria Info. My question is, how do you monitor, how you plan to monitor freelancers? So first of all, freelancers who don't file their tax returns, and then other freelancers who earn money in virtual accounts abroad and don't bring them into Nigeria, but just spend with their foreign cards, spend as they need.
Yeah, thank you. So freelancers, content creators, they earn money online. The primary responsibility in the tax law is called self-assessment. So everybody knows what they are doing. So you're supposed to report yourself and then calculate your tax and pay if you're above the threshold. If you don't, there is a system validation that has been created where the system piece information together, including information that is available internationally. In fact, I think about 2 weeks ago, Nigeria got approval for an international tax code, which aligns us with the rest of the world. And Nigeria has signed an exchange of information with more than 100 countries. We actually have information already about what many Nigerians are doing abroad. So if you have something abroad, we also know about it. In addition to that, one of the things we've done in the past that has worked is, if you earn money online, the people that are paying you are not many. I'm sure most of them are less than 10. Spotify, Google, Facebook. So those guys are people we've reached out to before in the past. For example, you will notice that where there's VAT, they are collecting Nigerian VAT for us. We can also go to them and say, these are Nigerian people, they earn income, and this income is liable to tax. Can you give us the reports? So we live in a world where it's hard to hide. I think we should all just do the right thing and then hold government to account.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. You started by telling us that context is everything. And I believe that it is always hard to like a tax collector. Nobody likes a tax collector. So on that basis, I want to say that the president is doing something noble. But there's a video we always watch. Widen the net, the basket, to collect tax. You collect more tax. So that impression sank in the minds of average Nigerian that he is coming to collect tax on the basis of what you said, which of the tax has he introduced. So before introducing anything, we already believe he's going to do it. He will introduce new taxes. So my question is the issue of derivation on the VAT instead of that of the population. You know that they're not kicked against it, that it will come from the derivation point. That is on the way, by the wayside. Another one is that there's this news that's going around. Sex workers and agboros. Sex workers and agboros. So the issue is, you say there's no new tax. How will they pay? We don't know if they've been paying before. So please address this, sir.
All right, so I just knew that was going to come up. You're right. People don't normally like the tax collector, but that should be our best friend. They say in this world, nothing is certain but taxes and debt. You know that if we all refuse to pay our taxes, we'll pay tax. When government start printing money because they can't collect tax, the money in your pocket loses value. So the money they printed, that 30 trillion they printed, the money in your pocket has lost at least 20%. That's like a 20% tax. But you won't complain because nobody is forcing it out of your hand. but your 10 naira is now worth 8 naira. So it's in the interest of society for the tax system to work. It's at the heart of the social contract, because that way government is funded in an organized and orderly manner rather than printing money which is disorderly and punishes poor people the most. On VAT sharing formula, this is one of the areas where we spent most times trying to explain and engaging. And the people who own the VAT, the states, the governors, told us what they want, and that's what we have implemented. So we have no objection, we have no issues with it. We think that development and progress is gradual, so we'll get there. Sex workers, agberos, that what I said is everybody has the responsibility to self-declare, right? That's the first obligation in the law. The other thing I said is these new tax laws are not imposing taxes on anyone who was not taxable before. So the existing laws we have already require that if you earn income, you pay tax on it. So if I'm agbero, which is I'm calling people to enter the vehicle, and I get paid, how is that different from the waiter in this hotel? How is it different from an accountant? How is it different from a factory worker? So we cannot now say that agberos are exempted from tax. I know the sex workers thing is being sensationalized. There are court judgments all over the world to say that when it comes to tax matters, there are no questions about morality or legality. The tax law, otherwise, if the tax law exempts immoral activities and illegal activities, I'll just make my work become illegal so I don't pay tax. So around the world, the tax authorities and the tax laws tax you on your income, whether it is legal or not, whether it is moral or not. In fact, the IRS in the US, they had a notice that says, if you steal, you must declare it for tax purposes. Imagine having to go to the taxman and say, I stole. For them, they know it's not everybody that will disclose, but they have one more law to hold you when they find you. When they find you, that going through the court process can be, in Nigeria, can be 10 years. The taxman collects his money immediately because already, is this your asset? He said yes. Then you have no paid tax. Let's take the tax first before we find out whether you stole the money or not. So this is an international practice, and it's also not new in Nigeria. So this became a public conversation because in one of my presentations, I'd said that. So it wasn't that it was being introduced afresh. Not different from if the agbero does not declare and the journalist does not declare, how do we find out? It's the system validation, because when you earn money, if you don't tell us, you do three things with the money you earn. You either spend, or you save, or you invest. All of that you do with third parties, and it can be validated.
Thank you. My name is Odioko Andrew. I publish the Index News. My question is on the price you just introduced for journalists. I'm surprised that nobody has asked questions about it. Is it a one-off or a continuous thing? Secondly, if it's not continuous, that means it's transactional. I just want to use it to push the introduction of these new tax policies. Secondly, the price, is it tax-free or? That question is important because it's also relevant in other sectors. When you receive gifts, inheritance, are they taxable? And I live in an estate where you have, we'll call ourselves neighbors, but we all know that neighbors consist of tenants and landlords. Now, when a tenant pays his rent, how is he going to ensure that that thing is taken care of tax-wise? And the landlord that receives, because it's been a debate, how are they going to be protected? Because when the rent comes, we've not spoken of whether the landlord makes repairs on his house or not. So I'm trying to get clarification on this. Thank you.
Thank you for those interesting questions. So on this award, you will note that my committee is not a permanent agency. So in fact, we're even discussing it while we're here. We're in a hurry to complete our work and then move the institutional capacity to the agencies that will run with it. Ministry of Finance is the leadership on this implementation. We have the Nigerian Revenue Service, Joint Revenue Board, Fiscal Responsibility Commission. So those agencies and institutions are already working with us. So we're going to be out of the stage sooner rather than later. So we cannot commit to anything that is longer than the life of the committee itself. But we're already discussing it to say that, and I wish I don't have to put it out publicly. So we're going to try and speak to some of these institutions that I mentioned to see if any of them will adopt it. While I was in the private sector, this is something I personally believe in. For more than 10 years, I ran the capacity enhancement workshop for journalists, and then we added the awards, which we did for like 7 years. So the idea is to sustain it. But let's even say it's not sustained. As a journalist, what do you have to lose, right? You do the right thing that you should normally do, even if nobody is recognizing you. But then on top of it, somebody recognizes you. Even if it's one-off, I think it's still worth it. But we'll try and make it sustained. Would it be tax-free? It will not. There's a provision in the new tax law, and I'm not sure exactly what it says. I know there's something about when you get award for education related. So maybe this might, but I don't want to give you any promises, so it will depend on what the law says. Gifts, are they taxable? No, gifts are not taxable. Inheritance is not taxable. But if you now pay somebody for a service and you call it a gift, it will not make it exempt. Because I saw on social media, someone said, from now on, when you pay my fees, put gifts in the description. I said, Nigerians, eh? So something is not a gift because you say it's a gift. Something is a gift if it's no exchange of value to the person giving, right? Once there's an exchange of value, that's your gift. We'll disregard it and tax it. Rent information. Actually, if you own a house and you collect rent, it's your duty to report the rent and take care of your expenses. So the law actually permits you. Your rent is 10 million you collected from all your tenants. You repaired it, you pay insurance. The insurance of house is now compulsory. You paid insurance, you did this, you fixed the plumbing. Deduct it yourself. Just keep your receipt. The balance of 10 million is now 4 million. It's on 4 million you should pay tax. But if you don't see anything, 2-3 years down the line, the tax man comes, he will not take all those your excuse of deductions anymore. So the law already recognizes that expenses are incurred to earn income, and therefore they should be tax deductible. So this is not punishing anyone.
Please, because we're all hungry, let me just make it short.
Yeah, we are hungry, yes.
Nigeria has had tax reforms, 1991, 96, 2004, 2010. Then the one for Buhari 2023 till now, and that has been, all of these tax reforms have collapsed. What two measures are you putting in place that this one is going to, is not go beyond our current government, even if they come in 2027, so we are looking at 2030, what measures are in place to see that this tax reform does not collapse? Or is it going to be that when another government now comes, they'll now say they are canceling it all again? I don't understand. Thank you.
Yeah, you know that these reforms, even though instituted by these governments, it goes beyond them. This is about us. It's about the whole country. That's why you see, when they were passing the law, when they were debating it, you had political parties from all places. We had a debate with Nigerians who don't even agree with this government. We have those that agree with them. We have international community, Nigeria in the diaspora. This is bigger than everyone. That I can tell you. And I wouldn't say all the tax reforms collapsed. Like when we did the National Tax Policy in 2017, it led to the Annual Finance Act. And to be honest, some of the problems were solved with the Finance Act. Now we have new laws that have been enacted. For somebody to come and repeal them and do it easily, it will be almost impossible. You need to convince all the lawmakers, convince the Nigerian people, organized private sector, even the journalists. I don't think that will happen. I'm very optimistic that we are moving forward.
Okay. Yes, sorry. Okay. Sorry.
So we take you as the last question, and then online we take 3 questions. 3 questions, okay.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Temitayo Jayola from Tech Cabal. So I have a couple of startup-related questions. Was hoping people would actually ask, but nobody asked. Yeah. So we need clarity on. I know the new the new tax laws. I know there's a part of the Startup Act that it repeals. I'll need clarity on that part because I know it had to do with incentives for startups under the Nigerian Startup Act. So yeah, kind of like clarity for that. And also, how would you define a resident in context of a freelancer? Now, I know you have to stay in Nigeria for a couple of days, about 182 days or 184 days. But what would that context as a freelancer be? Then also, I know you've spoken about this a couple of times, but still not clear on how crypto assets will be taxed. Is it going to be taxed under the capital gain tax? What format is it going to be like? Then, yeah, I think for now that works.
Yeah, fantastic questions. On the Startup Act, we have the Startup Act that provide a lot of incentives that we have to give credit to the stakeholders that work on it. What we did was, and this is not peculiar to the Startup Act, we went everywhere in all the different laws and pulled the incentives together so people can see it. It's harmonized, it's easy to access. So for the Startup Act, it was even one law where we had a soft spot for it. We didn't reduce anything that the Startup Act already gave. We enhanced it in some cases. So we put, for example, it gave pioneer status. So we bring that into the economic development incentive. So what I can tell you is go through the new laws and you see the provisions relating to startup and you see that the incentives have been preserved, if not enhanced. How do we determine the residence for a freelancer? We also have new provisions in the new tax law that are quite attractive. We changed the rules for determining when a person becomes liable to tax in Nigeria because we want to be able to attract digital nomads. I'll tell you one thing. During the COVID-19 problem, at the height of it, I was still in the private sector advising businesses and taxpayers. And many Nigerians reached out to me from outside Nigeria, most of them UK, US, and they said, we are working from home in America. Why can't we just come to Nigeria and work from home there so we are with our families? That's a common sense thing to do. And they would have brought a lot of dollars to come and be spending while they're here. When we analyzed the law, many of them could not come because just coming to Nigeria to work physically for your employer remotely creates a problem for your employer in Nigeria. We've removed that problem now. So as a freelancer, if you are physically here, do your freelancing, you pay tax. But if you are outside Nigeria, freelancing into Nigeria and other places, you are not here. If anybody is paying you from Nigeria, they may have obligation to deduct withholding tax. But the regime we now have is one of the most attractive and most competitive globally for anything you're doing online. For crypto assets, thanks for asking. So the current law we have, before the new law that will take effect in January 2026, will tax you if you make gains on crypto and totally ignore you when you make losses. Actually, ignore your losses and tax you only on gains. And of course, we believe that is not fair. It's not a crime to invest in crypto. So the new law says, take your losses, net off against your gains. If you end up with a net gain, you're not different from the person that bought, land or bought REITs or bought another asset. On your net gain, then you pay. If your net gain is small and is below the threshold, your tax is 0%. So essentially, we think that the regime we have now for virtual assets, including crypto, is fair, is balanced, and is globally competitive. So we take the three questions online together if there are questions. Take all the three together so we can wrap up and have lunch before it gets too cold.
Good afternoon. Some questions from online. The first one is, what are the policy items relating to double taxation for Nigerians living abroad to avoid? The second one, if the tax cut is 800,000 per year and minimum wage is 840,000 a year, what does this mean? Does that mean that minimum wage earners are still paying tax as opposed to what you said earlier? Why does the new tax system make non-renters earning just above minimum wage pay tax while renters at the same level do not due to rent relief?
All right, thank you for those questions from our online participants. Nigerians who live and work abroad do not need to pay taxes in Nigeria. Of course, if you are a Nigerian living abroad and you have income generating investment in Nigeria, like you have a house, you rent it out, you are collecting rent, we will collect tax from you because the asset generating the revenue is here in Nigeria. But the income you earn abroad and you pay tax on it, if you bring it to Nigeria, no tax for you to pay. Because I've also seen some misinformation about Nigerians abroad having to pay tax. That's not the case. The 800,000 naira minimum wage, you've explained it. First, there's a provision in the new tax law that says if you earn national minimum wage, you won't pay tax. In addition to that, we said the 800,000 naira is taxable income, not gross income. So you have to start with gross income and take out deductions and reliefs. And that means anybody earning national minimum wage, even without the exemption for minimum wage, specifically stated, will not have to pay tax. The final one is on rent relief. Why is it there for some and it's not there for others? There's this concept about relative cost of living. There are countries and companies, multinationals, where if you work for them in Lagos, the same level, the same qualification, your salary is different from if you work for them in Ibadan. Because in Lagos, you spend more on rent, you spend more on transport, you spend more on food. In Ibadan, you can easily be living in a family house. So the tax system in many countries is designed to recognize that the low-income earners in urban centers are more vulnerable than the low-income earners in rural areas. And therefore, one of the ways to reflect their vulnerability and give them more relief is through rent, because rent will reflect. So if I'm a minimum wage earner in Lagos, I'm paying rent of 200,000 naira per annum, I get a relief of 20%. My friend who is in my village, I grew up in the village, by the way, we don't pay rent. Even when you don't have a house, you stay with someone and you don't pay. So that person cannot get rent relief. So even though we are on the same salary, I get more take home than that person because me, I spend more money just trying to survive than the person in the village. So that's the thinking behind it. Thank you very, very much to everyone in the room and online, members of our committee and the secretariat. We thank you very much. We would share more information with you. If you haven't registered, please make sure you do before you leave, particularly your email and your phone number so we can share more information with you, and then your address so we can send you a copy of our nicely printed Nigerian Tax Reform Act that you find very handy and useful. So the live stream is on our YouTube platform. So which means after now, you can go back and play it back at any time, watch responses to your questions so that you are clear. We really need you to be clear, be well informed so you can help us inform our fellow Nigerians. God bless you and do enjoy the rest of the day. Lunch is served.
Hello, everyone. Please just
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 Declaration of Western Nigeria, Declaration of Republic, when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things, and that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, your 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school. They stay with us. We are about 20 in the house while we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. all religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumekos, we had the Bazunos in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things, and in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, we do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continuing to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ireko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the...
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Eris Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novel
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on Sook News Television. We are reaching live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. First, the headlines. CBN reaffirms commitment to circulating clean and fit Naira notes as part of effort to safeguard the Naira. Nigerian Customs NCC partner to boost revenue, enhance security, and curb inflow of unregulated communication devices. Morocco EU amend agricultural trade deal to include Western Sahara products on the preferential tariffs. President Trump's sweeping tariff strategy rattles global financial markets as new reciprocal levies spark concerns over higher input costs. Flying Eagles revive Under-20 World Cup hopes with dramatic 3-2 win over Saudi Arabia as captain Bameyi nets stoppage time penalty. Thank you for joining us on the news this afternoon, and we'll bring you the news in details. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reaffirmed its commitment to ensuring the circulation of clean and fit currency notes across the country while promoting proper handling of the Naira. The Apex Bank said the initiative is part of broader effort to safeguard the integrity of the national currency and support sustainable economic growth. Speaking on the pledge, CBN official emphasized the importance of proper currency usage, warning against practices such as spraying, mutilation, and hoarding of notes. They explained that such habits not only shorten the lifespan of the currency, but also impose high replacement costs on the financial system. The bank also underscored its plan to strengthen the financial system by climbing public awareness campaigns with enforcement measures. According to the CBN, improved access to clean notes and respect for Naira usage would help reinforce confidence in the economy, enhance transactional efficiency, and align Naira with global best practices in currency management. Global ratings agency Moody's has cautioned that the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN decision to slash its benchmark interest rate to 27% would weigh heavily on the profitability of Nigerian banks. The agency noted that the court is likely to impress net interest margin as lending yields decline faster than deposit costs. According to Moody's, while the policy move may stimulate borrowing and support broader economic activity, it presents downside risks for the financial sector. Banks already grappling with tight liquidity and foreign exchange volatility could see their earnings under renewed pressure as the interest income from loans contracts. Analysts added that lenders with higher exposure to retail and SME loans are particularly vulnerable given the slower repricing and deposits compared to loan rates. Moody's said profitability could be further constrained if credit risks rise in a weaker economy. However, it's acknowledged that the rate cut may boost credit growth in the medium term, particularly offsetting the strain on bank earnings. The Nigerian Customs Service (NCS) has pledged closer collaboration with the Nigerian Communication Commission (NCC) to strengthen revenue generation, enhancing national security, and safeguard public safety through tighter monitoring of imported communication devices. The move is aimed at curbing the inflow of unregulated mobile phones and telecom equipment into the country. Comptroller General of Customs Adewale Adeniyi disclosed this during a recent meeting with the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the NCC, Aminu Maida, and his team at the Custom House in Maitama, Abuja. Adeniyi noted that the service's mandate extends beyond revenue collection to tackling emergency and emerging threats linked to technology-driven imports. He stressed that unchecked importation of communication gadgets imposes serious risk to national security and public trust, adding that stronger coordination with NCC would help establish effective regulatory checks. The partnership both agencies agreed will not only safeguard Nigeria's digital ecosystem but also create a more transparent environment for legitimate investors in the telecom sector. And now the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, has assured that almost all depositors in the country's financial system are fully protected under its expanded insurance framework. The corporation said the initiative reflects its commitment to boosting public confidence and safeguarding savings in the banking sector. Speaking at the NDIC Special Day during the ongoing Abuja International Trade Fair on Thursday, the Managing Director and Chief Executive, Thompson Oludarisonde, disclosed that 98.98% of depositors in deposit money banks are now fully covered. He added that 99.27% in microfinance banks, 99.34% in primary mortgage bank, and 99.99% in payment service banks also enjoy complete protection. According to him, this significant milestone was achieved through the upward review of maximum deposit insurance limits across various banks categories. He emphasized that the move is designed to strengthen financial system stability, protect small depositors, and ensure that Nigerians retain trust in regulated banking institutions. Still in the news, Nigeria will select its next space representative through a new democratic astronaut selection process launched on Wednesday by the Space Exploration Research Agency, SERA. The initiative, which also includes India, Indonesia, Brazil, and Thailand, aims to make space exploration more inclusive by allowing citizens to choose their representatives through a blockchain-powered voting platform. Unlike the traditional astronaut programs that often require military training or advanced technological degrees, the SERA model is designed to open participation to the wider public. Through its mission control platform hosted on Telegram, Nigerians will be able to monitor candidates, follow campaigns, and cast votes, making the process transparent and community-driven. Organizers say the program represents a shift from elites, institution-based selection to a people-centered approach, giving ordinary citizens a direct voice in shaping their country's presence in space. The move is expected to inspire greater interest in science and technology while reinforcing Nigeria's role in global space exploration efforts. Away from that story, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, has called for stronger private sector collaboration, innovation and investment to accelerate sustainable transformation in Nigeria's tourism industry. The appeal came as the chamber joined the global community to mark World Tourism Day 2025, themed Sustainable Transformation in Tourism. At a commemorative event in Lagos, LCCI emphasized that the country's vast cultural heritage, creative industry, and natural attractions present opportunities for inclusive growth inadequately harnessed. The chamber urged stakeholders to prioritize eco-friendly practices, digital innovation, and public-private partnership to boost competitiveness in the global tourism market. The event brought together operators from hospitality, agribusiness, and the creative economy to discuss strategies for unlocking Lagos and Nigeria's tourism potential. According to LCCI, enhanced private sector involvement is crucial for job creation, foreign exchange, earnings, and position Nigeria as a preferred destination for leisure, business, and cultural experiences. And now on domestic investors on the Nigerian Exchange Limited NGX slashes their trades by 932 billion naira in August, dragging over market activity to one of its lowest level this year. According to the NGX Domestic and Foreign Portfolio Investment Report, total domestic transactions fell 55.87% from 1,669 trillion naira in July to 736.57 billion naira in August. The report noted that the steep fall was primarily due to the absence of block trades, which had boosted transaction volumes in July. Without those large ticket deals, daily trading volumes from local investors weakened sharply, underscoring the reliance of the market on the big institutional flows. The slowdown in domestic participation also hit the wider market, with total transactions valued dropping 49.95% month on month, from 1.815 billion naira in July to 809.38 billion naira in August. Analysts warn that unless liquidity returns and investor confidence strengthens, the exchange could face prolonged low turnover, dampening momentum in Nigeria's capital markets. And I will bring you a break. We'll be bringing you more stories after this time. Please stay with us.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died. Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souk Enlightenment.
Still the world news here on Souk News Television, and now to more stories. Morocco and the European Union have agreed to introduce origin labeling in the agricultural trade deal, allowing products from Western Sahara to benefit from the same preferential tariffs as Moroccan goods. Foreign Minister Nassau Bourita confirmed the amendment on Thursday, describing it as a step towards clarifying the legal framework for bilateral trade. The move comes nearly a year after the European Court of Justice ruled in October 2024 that the EU-Morocco trade agreement was invalid because it included products from Western Sahara, a disputed territory. The ruling had cast uncertainty over agricultural export from the region, which remains politically sensitive. By adopting origin labeling, both parties aims to address the court's concerns while maintaining the flow of goods under preferential terms. Officials said the amendments reflect a broader commitment to preserve strong EU-Morocco trade ties despite ongoing disputes. Analysts noted, however, that the deal is likely to face scrutiny from advocacy groups challenging Morocco's claim over Western Sahara. African stock markets are posting strong gains in 2025, with Ghana emerging as the best performer globally in dollar terms. The West African nations has outpaced peers, buoyed by investor optimism and improved macroeconomic indicators. Its rally has set the tone for broader momentum across the continent. Zambia, Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa have also recorded notable advances, reflecting revenue appetite from international investors seeking higher returns in emerging markets. Analysts say easing inflationary pressure, currency stability, and reforms in key economies have made African equities more attractive despite lingering risk tied to global interest rate shifts. The surge in activity underscores growing confidence in Africa's potential as a destination for capital flows, particularly in consumer, banking, and resource-driven sectors. Market watchers caution, however, that sustaining this momentum will require continued policy consistency and structural reforms. For now, the rally signals a strong rebound, positioning Africa as a bright spot in an uncertain global investment landscape. South Africa has secured firm commitments from Chinese and Indian automobile companies to upgrade their semi-knocked-down vehicle assembly operations into full-scale manufacturing plants. Trade Minister Ibrahim Patel made the announcement on Thursday, describing the move as a major step towards boosting local production and safeguarding the country's automotive sector. The decision comes amid growing calls from industry leaders for stronger investment in domestic manufacturing. The South African government is also holding talks with global automakers that already operate factories in the country, including Toyota, Ford, and their suppliers. Discussions are focused on strategies to protect the industry from declining production volumes, raising competition from Chinese imports, tariff uncertainties, and the high cost of transitioning to electric vehicles. Officials say the commitments from Asian automakers will not only secure jobs but also position South Africa as a stronger player in the global automotive value chain. The initiative is expected to stimulate technology transfer, expand supplier network, and strengthen the long-term sustainability of the country's car industry. Moving ahead, Indonesia has suspended TikTok's operating license after the social media giant refused to fully share live streaming data during nationwide protests in August. Authorities said the decision was taken to safeguard national security and ensure greater oversight of digital platforms during times of heightened public unrest. Government officials explained that while TikTok had agreed to provide partial access to its data, the company declined to hand over full live streaming information demanded by regulators. The refusal, they said, undermined efforts to monitor the spread of misinformation and coordinate public safety measures during the demonstrations. The suspension marks the latest clash between Jakarta and global tech companies over data transparency and regulatory compliance. Analysts warn the ban could disrupt the digital economy, given TikTok's massive user base in Indonesia. But the government insists it remains open to restoring the license if the platform complies fully with the national laws. And still in Indonesia, the nuclear agency is investigating radioactive contamination linked to a scrap metal plant in the Modern Sikande Industrial Estate near Jakarta. Officials said on Thursday that at least 10 points in the zero were found with high levels of radiation exposure, though the extent of the affected area is still being determined. The contamination was first detected in August when U.S. authorities flagged traces of radiation in a shipment of shrimp exported by a local company based in the same industrial estate. That discovery prompted Indonesian authorities to launch sweeping radiation scans across the area, uncovering multiple hotspots of concerns. Officials say they are working to identify the source of the contamination and to contain risks to workers, residents, and exports. While the widespread health impact have been confirmed, the incident raises questions about industrial safety standards and monitoring in one of Indonesia's largest manufacturing zones. Still in the news, the Japanese government on Friday announced the designation of 2 new sites off the coasts of Akita and Fukuoka prefectures as promising zones for offshore wind farm development. The move underscores Tokyo's push to accelerate renewable energy deployment as part of its strategy to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Officials said the identified zones were selected for their strong wind potential and sustainability for large-scale power generation, adding that the government would soon begin environmental and technological assessment. The plan is expected to attract both domestic and international investors keen on tapping Japan's growing renewable energy market. Confidence in the sector, however, has been rattled by the recent withdrawal of a Mitsubishi Corp-led consortium from Japan's first major offshore wind auction, citing costs and regulatory challenges. Industry observers say the government's latest move signals renewed determination to overcome setback and build momentum, positioning offshore wind as a central pillar of Japan's clean energy transition. You are still watching the World News here on Soup News Television. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Stay with us.
Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Winks and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests projects in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Army Towers and Army International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Glad to know you're still with us. Now we'll bring you the rest of the news and the world news this afternoon. U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping tariff strategy has rattled global financial markets as investors weigh the impact of higher import costs and mounting trade frictions. The latest round of levies introduced under Trump's reciprocal tariff order has raised concerns among businesses and trading partners about escalating protectionism. The order, which took effect on August 7, imposed import duty rates ranging from 10% to 41% on exports from 69 countries. This move pushed the average U.S. import duty to its highest level in a century, a shift that analysts say could disrupt supply chains and consumer prices in the months ahead. Adding to the volatility area are a series of legal challenges against the measures alongside Trump's renewed push for bilateral trade deals. While the administration urges the tariffs will protect American jobs and industries, critics warn they could deepen global economic uncertainty and trigger retaliatory action from key partners. Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson has urged the European Union to simplify procurement standards for drones, but stressed that responsibility for strengthening anti-drone capabilities should remain with individual member states. His remarks came during a regional meeting in Copenhagen this week, where European leaders gathered to address growing concerns over drone incursions. His talks reflect mounting anxiety across the continent following a series of incidents linked to unidentified drones. While several governments have called for closer EU-level coordination, Kristersson urged that national defense systems should remain sovereign, with the bloc focusing instead on easing access to necessary technologies. European leaders at the meeting expressed support for bolstering drone defense measures, though consensus on how far the EU should intervene remains elusive. Russia, frequently suspected in such cases, has denied any responsibility for the recent incursions. And still in the news, the new leadership of Britain's Trade Remedies Authority, TRA, has pledged to toughen the country's trade defenses even before fresh legislation is introduced. The TRA, created after Brexit to shield local industries from unfair practices, said it is stepping up efforts to respond faster to global trade disruptions. The government has previously criticized the authority's system as slow and unwieldy, urging that it left domestic producers exposed to international shocks. Ministers are now pushing reforms to give the TRA more powers and flexibility to act decisively in cases involving dumping, subsidies, and sudden import surge. The move comes against the backdrop of intensifying global trade tensions, including tariffs from the United States and wider disrupting supply chains. Strengthening protections is seen as key to safeguarding UK industries in an increasingly volatile environment. And our private sector data suggests US job growth slowed in September, reflecting a modest hiring, limited layoffs, and softer worker demand, even as the ongoing government shutdown delayed the release of the official Labour Department employment report. The data points to a cooling labour market that continues to expand, but at a more measured pace. Analysts said the figures indicate that employers remain cautious amid economic uncertainty, with job creation slowing compared to earlier months of 2025. While layoff remains subdued, the pace of new hiring has modernized, particularly in service-related industries, underscoring a gradual rebalancing between labor demand and supply. Economics noted that the delayed official jobs report could create short-term uncertainty for markets and policymakers, as employment trends are a critical guard of economic health. Still, the private readings are expected to provide a strong proxy for labor market conditions, suggesting that while the U.S. economy remains resilient, momentum is easing. Still in the news, facing steep losses from the collapse of soybean sales to China, U.S. farmers and trade officials are scrambling to secure new buyers in unconventional markets. Recent efforts include a trade mission to Nigeria and a memorandum of understanding with Vietnam, and a notable surge in purchases from Bangladesh. These countries are not traditional destinations for soybeans from America's Farm Belt, but the prolonged trade war with China has forced producers to widen their export horizons. Beijing, once the largest buyer of U.S. soybeans, has drastically reduced imports in response to tariff disputes, leaving farmers with stockpiles and falling prices. President Donald Trump's administration has thrown its weight behind the diversification drive, working with farm trade groups to promote U.S. soybeans abroad. While the new market provides some relief, analysts caution they remain too small to fully offset the loss of China. The uncertainty has left many producers anxious about long-term viability as the standoff drags on. And away from that, the Flying Eagle of Nigeria revived their Under-20 World Cup campaign with a dramatic 3-2 victory over Saudi Arabia in a Group F encounter at the Fiscal Stadium in Chile on Friday. Captain Daniel Bameyi sealed the win in stoppage time, converting a penalty after a handball in the box. Nigeria had gone into the match under pressure following their opening day defeat to Norway, but Aliyu Zubair's men showed resilience despite defensive lapses that kept their opponents in the contest. Nasiru Salihu opened the scoring before Amos Ochoche restored Nigeria's advantage, only for Saudi Arabia to equalize on both occasions. With the game heading for a draw, late drama struck as Nigeria pressured forward in search of a breakthrough. The Saudi defenders' handball handed the Flying Eagles a last-minute chance, and Bameyi kept his composure to fire home. The result lifts Nigeria's hopes of progressing from the group stage, setting up a decisive clash against Japan in their final group features. And lastly, on the news, Victor Osimhen trained away from his Galatasaray teammates on Thursday, sparking concerns about his fitness ahead of this weekend's Super League derby against Beşiktaş. The Nadron forward was the hero in Tuesday's UEFA Champions League victory over Liverpool, netting a decisive penalty at Rams Park, but was withdrawn in the 72nd minute after suffering cramps. Reports from Turkey indicate that the 26-year-old did not participate in the main group session as the champions intensified preparation for the derby. Instead, he unlocked a light individual workout under the supervision of fitness staff, with Galatasaray closely monitoring his condition in the build-up to the match. Osimhen's availability remains uncertain, and his absence would be a major blow for Galatasaray, who rely heavily on his goals in both domestic and European campaigns. Club officials have yet to issue an official statement, but supporters will be anxiously waiting updates as the team prepares for one of its biggest features on the season. And that's the news this afternoon. Before we go, we'll take a recap, but we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you a recap of the headlines. Please stay with us. CBN reaffirms commitment to circulating clean and fit Naira notes as part of efforts to safeguard currency integrity and promote economic growth. Nigerian Customs NCC partner to boost revenue, enhance security, and curb inflow of unregulated communication devices. Morocco EU amend agriculture trade deal to include Western Sahara products under preferential tariffs. President Donald Trump's sweeping tariff strategy rattles global financial markets as new reciprocal levies spark concerns over higher input costs. And lastly, Flying Eagles revive Under-20 World Cup hopes with dramatic 3-2 win over Saudi Arabia as Captain Bameyi net stoppage time penalty. Thank you for joining us. That's the news this afternoon. Also follow us on our social media platforms at Soup News TV for more information. My name is Grace Komarafe. Have a good afternoon.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it, okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, "Look, Steve, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Linters." I said, "Well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know." So I said, "Okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters." And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, "Sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times." So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, "My name is ABC, blah, blah, blah." And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, "Okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that." He said, "No, he just wants to talk to you." So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, "My name is this. And I said, "My name is this." He said, "Can we meet?" So I said, "She, no problem." He said, "No." So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, "I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics." He said, "No. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that." That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore show me where I'm going. Just, go to the app and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? And I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. You can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest. when they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history, and it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay. Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshodi, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemaids and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. You took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern, young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. I mean, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course, I work. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course, I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier, Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friends, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, you know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monument Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially Famfa Oil was changed to Famfa Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. Famfa Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwaters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of Famfa's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by Famfa and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, Famfa, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria.